The marketplace of Huangfeng Valley looked very much like the Qingniu town in Han Li's hometown, with only one street running through it. The street was oriented in a north-south direction, with dozens of buildings at the southern end, ranging from tall buildings to small houses, presenting a varied landscape. These were all the industries of Huangfeng Valley, but only a small portion of them were personally managed by disciples of Huangfeng Valley, while the other large portion was rented to cultivation families and casual cultivators who did business here year-round. Most of them were shops selling raw materials, talismans, and magical instruments, as well as a bookstore specializing in selling elementary-level spells, and 2 restaurants and inns for people's daily needs. In addition to the low-level disciples of Huangfeng Valley, there were also a certain number of foundation establishment experts stationed here year-round to maintain order and prevent disturbances. The northern part of the street was empty, reserved for temporary stalls set up by visiting cultivators. As long as they handed over a low-grade spirit stone to the disciples managing this area, outsiders could set up stalls on the empty ground on both sides of the street for the whole day without any interference. Moreover, during the stall period, they would also be protected by these disciples, so there was no need to fear retaliation from enemies. With these measures encouraging foreign cultivators to do business here, coupled with the special geographical environment of the marketplace, Huangfeng Valley's marketplace flourished year by year. Some rare items occasionally flowed out of the marketplace, attracting more cultivators to come here to seek treasures. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, Han Li didn't enter the marketplace from the most convenient southern entrance. Instead, he took a detour and entered from the north, covering his face with a green cloak to prevent anyone from recognizing him. By the time he arrived, it was already afternoon, and the main street of the marketplace seemed sparsely populated. However, this was quite normal because this marketplace was not as bustling as secular marketplaces, attracting only a select few cultivators. Having this many people was already considered good. Realizing this, Hanley chuckled to himself and headed towards the small stalls on both sides of the street. He planned to see if there was anything noteworthy at these stalls before visiting the larger shops. After looking around, Hanley felt somewhat disappointed. Most of the items on these small stalls were of no use to him except for a few, which were barely acceptable. Buying them would only waste spirit stones. He didn't waste any more time and headed straight to the larger shops. 7 Wonders Pavilion, Fengqi Pavilion, Tiangong Building. This time, Han Li didn't casually enter a shop. Instead, he strolled along the street, carefully remembering the names and sizes of these shops before finally choosing the most imposing and frequented pavilion, the Treasure Pavilion, to enter. Just by the name of the shop, one could tell that the owner was very confident in his goods. Han Li also hoped that there were indeed some rare treasures here that would not let him leave empty-handed. As soon as he entered, Han Li was slightly taken aback. The bright hall, spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people without feeling crowded, was lined with long counters made of precious redwood, and there were 7 or 8 servants in uniform blue shirts, giving the whole place a sense of grandeur. 2 of the servants were explaining something to several guests who looked like cultivators. On the counters were displayed various items that only cultivators could use, ranging from various raw materials to commonly used talismans and magical instruments. Han Li smiled faintly, realizing that he had come to the right place. At this moment, a servant dressed in blue approached with a welcoming smile and said, "What would you like to see, sir? Would you like me to introduce some items to you? Our shop guarantees that all customers will leave satisfied. I want to see some magical instruments and talismans, but I only want the best. Don't bother showing me inferior items," Han Li said casually through his cloak. The servant was slightly surprised to hear this, but carefully assessed Han Li's demeanor and realized that he was not joking. His smile became even more genuine, knowing that he had encountered a major customer. He immediately led Han Li into the shop and personally escorted him to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. The layout upstairs was different from the downstairs hall. It was much smaller and furnished with antique tables and chairs, exuding an elegant and comfortable atmosphere. What surprised Han Li the most was a precious incense burner in the corner, emitting a faint sandalwood fragrance, filling the room with a pleasant aroma. A middle-aged man, cultured and refined, stood in the room reading a book aloud, appearing completely ordinary without any hint of spiritual power. As Han Li approached, the man calmly closed the book, and after being whispered to by the servant who had accompanied Han Li upstairs, approached him with a smile. "I am Tian Boli, the shopkeeper of the Treasure Pavilion. May I know the name of the gentleman?" he said politely. "Li Feiyu," Han Li said without hesitation, borrowing the name of a friend. "Ah, Brother Li, please have a seat." Tian Boli gestured for Han Li to sit down. "Bring a pot of the best azure cloud tea," he instructed the servant. "Brother Li, is this your first time visiting our pavilion?" Tian Boli asked courteously as Han Li settled into his seat. He, Mr. Tian has good eyes." "Indeed, this is my first visit," Han Li replied, deliberately altering his voice to sound more rough. "Whether it's your first time or not, it doesn't matter. As long as you're willing to come here, it's a compliment to our treasure pavilion. We will definitely satisfy Brother Li," Tian Boli said confidently. "As long as I can find what I need in one shop, I don't want to trouble myself by going to several others. I hope the items in your pavilion are truly exceptional," Han Li said, appearing somewhat skeptical. Please rest assured, Brother Li. The reputation of our pavilion is second to none on this street. If our shop doesn't satisfy Brother Li, then there's no need to visit other shops," Tian Boli said with assurance, showing great confidence. At this moment, a maid arrived carrying a teapot and several teacups. Even before she reached them, a refreshing tea fragrance had already filled the room. "This is our specially made fragrant tea, rarely found elsewhere. Not only does it smell fragrant, but it also invigorates the spirit of the drinker. "Brother Li, please taste it first," Tian Boli said, smiling as he poured himself a small sip and took a sip. Han Li glanced at the fragrant tea in front of him and shook his head slightly, showing some impatience. "Mr. Tian, we can drink tea slowly later. Let's get down to business first," he said. "Oh, I didn't expect Brother Li to be so impatient. Very well, please wait a moment. I'll go and fetch something." Tian Boli stood up slightly regretfully and instructed the servant to bring several small boxes. Then he left the room to fetch something. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Tian Boli returned to Han Li's side, holding several boxes of various sizes. "I heard from the servant downstairs that Brother Li wants the best magical instruments and talismans. So I specially went to the treasure room downstairs and brought out some treasures that have been cherished for a long time. I hope Brother Li will appreciate them." Tian Boli opened the boxes one by one and invited Han Li to take a look. Han Li's eyes lit up as he looked at the treasures in the boxes. He was curious about what rare items could be called treasures and whether they would exceed his expectations. Meanwhile, Han Li noticed that as the boxes were opened, two powerful spiritual pressures, far beyond his own, emanated from somewhere, tightly locking his every move. At first, Han Li was startled, but he soon understood that this was a security measure of the treasure pavilion, a precaution against any sudden attempts to snatch the items inside the boxes. He relaxed, but gained a deeper understanding of the strength of the treasure pavilion. At this moment, the shopkeeper Tian began to introduce the contents of the lacquered boxes to Han Li. "This is a set of golden cicada mother blades. There's one mother blade and 8 sub-blades, made from refined iron and gold essence by a foundation establishment expert over 3 days and nights. Just by holding the mother blade, you can control the 8 sub-blades to attack the enemy simultaneously, making it extremely formidable," he said, pointing to a set of faint golden blades in one of the boxes. Han Li didn't speak, but reached out to pick up one of the sub-blades and examined it carefully for a moment before nodding and placing it back. "We have here the profound iron soaring shield, an extremely rare defensive magical item. Crafted from the rare profound iron found in the depths of the cold Yin region, it's not only incredibly sturdy and unbreakable, but can also be activated to automatically defend in all directions," the shopkeeper continued, picking up a palm-sized miniature iron shield and explaining. Han Li took the shield in his hand, traced the patterns on its surface, and pondered for a moment before asking, "Can I try activating it with magic?" "Of course you may. Please feel free to use it," the shopkeeper replied generously. Since the shopkeeper had given his consent, Han Li didn't hesitate. He infused spiritual power into the item. Instantly, the iron shield emitted a dark radiance, rapidly expanding to several times its original size. It then floated away from his palm, hovering in the air and revolving around him, covering certain vital areas of his body perfectly. Han Li was delighted. He slightly diverted his attention and manipulated the shield, finding it extremely nimble and responsive. After trying it out, Han Li was very satisfied with this magical item. What he lacked most at the moment were defensive magical items like this. With this shield, his chances of surviving the blood prohibition trial would undoubtedly increase significantly. However, Han Li didn't immediately express his intention. He silently returned the iron shield to its box and continued to await the shopkeeper's further introductions. The shopkeeper didn't express any dissatisfaction with Han Li's actions. He continued to enthusiastically recommend the next item, a blue spherical bead about the size of a pill. This is the thunder bead. Several hundred years ago, a mysterious cultivator accidentally condensed it from heavenly thunderbolts. Each bead possesses immense power. It's said that even Foundation establishment cultivators would be annihilated if they faced this thunder directly. Originally, there were 73 beads, but over time, only a few remain. This one was obtained by our store after considerable effort, the shopkeeper said proudly, holding up the bead and explaining its rarity. Han Li was moved. To be able to kill Foundation establishment cultivators, such an item was incredibly valuable. If he could acquire it, it would be like having a trump card in the blood prohibition trial. However, the price was likely to be exorbitant, otherwise it wouldn't still be unsold. After the shopkeeper finished introducing the thunder bead, he fell silent, and even though there was one more lacquered box on the table, he didn't mention it. Han Li chuckled inwardly, understanding the shopkeeper's intentions. It was time for him to demonstrate his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't easily get a glimpse of the treasure inside the final box. This time, Han Li had brought all his spiritual stones with him to prevent any unexpected situations. In addition to the 2 millennium-old spirit herbs, he also carried all his spiritual stones, including 2 mid-grade spiritual stones and nearly 100 low-grade ones. However, Han Li didn't immediately reveal the 2 spirit herbs. Instead, he first took out an exquisitely crafted small wooden box from his storage pouch, which seemed exceptionally valuable. One of the spirit herbs was placed inside this box. Han Li did this because he understood the principle of clothes make the man. With proper packaging, he could increase the value of the herbs by a few notches without losing out. Han Li didn't open the box immediately, but handed the entire box to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper had been paying close attention to Han Li's actions, and when he saw this, he also didn't say a word. He took the box and carefully examined it before slowly opening it. The shopkeeper muttered, surprised, as he saw the contents of the box. However, his expression soon turned displeased. Shopkeeper Tian, did you summon this old man just to identify something that's not even worth my while? The elderly man wheezed slightly, then spoke tremblingly. Shopkeeper Tian greeted the old man respectfully and offered him a seat before explaining the situation. Mr. Ding, could you please take a look at this item? Although I feel it might be a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, I'm not entirely sure, so I hope Mr. Ding can confirm the age for me. Mr. Tian, speaking humbly, handed over the brocade box. 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Mr. Ding heard this with some disbelief, but still accepted the brocade box. Please examine it carefully. Is it really the 1,000-year yellow essence mushroom? Mr. Tian pressed, trying to contain his excitement, and spoke somewhat urgently. The old man didn't say anything but narrowed his eyes, examining the shape, color, and texture of the contents of the box, occasionally bringing it close to his nose to sniff. Since Han Li had cultivated this herb himself, he naturally knew whether it was 1,000-year-old spiritual herb or not. Therefore, he remained calm, sitting on the side, paying no attention to the old man's actions. His only concern was negotiating with Wanbayalu about the price. In contrast, Mr. Tian, unlike Han Li, stared intently at the old man's every move. His demeanor, which had been calm when facing Han Li, was now replaced with a complex expression of anticipation and anxiety. Finally, Mr. Ding gently placed the box on the table, then stroked his beard and closed his eyes in thought for a moment before opening them again, calmly saying, "Congratulations, shopkeeper. This is indeed 1,000-year yellow essence mushroom, freshly unearthed not long ago with its medicinal properties intact. I can vouch for it." Upon hearing this, Mr. Tian's face lit up with joy. He then politely escorted the old man downstairs before eagerly picking up the box containing the spiritual herb and examining it repeatedly. "Mr. Tian, perhaps it's time we discussed the terms of the transaction." Han Li, noticing that Mr. Tian seemed to have forgotten that the owner of the spiritual herb was still present, couldn't help but remind him. "Oh, right. My apologies. Please forgive my absent-mindedness." After a slight moment of confusion, Mr. Tian remembered that the spiritual herb still belonged to Han Li and felt a slight blush creeping up his cheeks. No problem. Since Mr. Han can produce 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, he must be no ordinary cultivator. There's no need for formalities between us. Let me offer you a fair price." Han Li chuckled and teased him gently. At this point, Mr. Tian regained his composure and placed the item back on the table before continuing. "Since Mr. Han can produce 1,000-year yellow essence mushroom, you must be no ordinary cultivator. There's no need for me to deceive you. Let me offer you a fair deal. You can exchange this spiritual herb for any two of the treasures I showed you earlier, or you can choose to exchange it for the item inside the last box alone. If none of these items interest you, we can also offer you spirit stones to your satisfaction. What do you think, Mr. Han?" Feeling the sincerity in Mr. Tian's words, Han Li considered his offer carefully. It seemed reasonable and did not exceed his bottom line, so he silently agreed to it with about 70 to 80% certainty. However, before agreeing, he wanted to see what was inside the last box. But before Han Li could speak, Mr. Tian, understandingly, opened the lid of the last box and pushed it in front of Han Li with a smile, saying, "The item inside this box is our shop's treasure. However, it all depends on whether you recognize its value." Curiosity piqued, Han Li looked into the box and was stunned to see a lone talisman with a golden brick pattern drawn on it, shimmering with a lifelike golden light. After seeing this, Han Li sighed deeply and asked uncertainly, "A talisman?" Mr. Tian's expression flickered with surprise. Then he exclaimed, "I didn't expect Mr. Han to recognize this item. It's rare for even cultivators to know about it. You are truly knowledgeable." Han Li sighed again, shook his head and sighed. "You're giving me too much credit, Mr. Tian. I've only heard of these talismans, and my knowledge about them is limited. However, since you have this item, you must know something about it. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me." Han Li's words were sincere. He genuinely wanted to take this opportunity to fully understand the origins of these talismans and avoid being in the dark about them. Mr. Tian glanced at Han Li in surprise, realizing that this wasn't a matter that needed to be kept secret. It was just that few people knew about it. It wasn't worth offending such a valued customer. So, he readily agreed and explained everything about the talismans. These talismans had a remarkable origin. They were a peculiar item crafted by cultivators at or above the core formation stage. These talismans were created by advanced cultivators to seal a portion of a magical treasure's power into specially made talisman paper, allowing other cultivators to temporarily wield the power of the treasure. Cultivators who knew about them jokingly called them pseudo-treasures, and they were highly sought after. These pseudo-treasures were quite special. While only cultivators at the core formation stage or above could create them, they could be used by cultivators of any level. Even cultivators at the third or fourth tier of cultivation, like Han Li's slain opponent, Jin Guang, could use them effectively. However, before reaching the core formation stage, cultivators lacked the ability to condense their spiritual power. Thus, when using these talismans, they could only unleash about 10 to 20% of the treasure's power, making them far less potent than top-tier magical artifacts. Cultivators who had reached the core formation stage or beyond could use their mental power to fully unleash the power of these talismans, albeit not as overwhelmingly as a genuine magical artifact. Nevertheless, it was enough to disregard most other magical artifacts. Therefore, every core formation cultivator aspired to possess a pseudo-treasure to gain an advantage in battles and be able to surpass others. Although the power of these pseudo-treasures was astonishing, their use would continuously deplete the power stored within them. Once the power was exhausted, the talisman would become useless. Therefore, controlling the usage of the treasure's power was a matter not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, creating these pseudo-treasures was no simple task. Since magical treasures were originally only accessible to cultivators at the core formation stage, they were scarce and had to be continuously tempered within a cultivator's spiritual power to increase their power. It was not something that could be easily shown to others, let alone used to create pseudo-treasures. Creating a pseudo-treasure was akin to sacrificing a portion of the treasure's power. After each creation, the owner of the magical treasure would have to spend a long time retempering it to regain its power. This was a classic case of benefiting others at one's own expense. Therefore, in most cases, no core formation cultivator would engage in such foolish behavior. However, as the saying goes, life is unpredictable. Most high-level cultivators would frantically create pseudo-treasures before their impending death. They did so with the hope of leaving behind a significant advantage for future generations or descendants. After all, the power of inherited magical treasures would diminish significantly after being passed down for a long time and then inherited by someone else. The new owner would not be able to completely synchronize with the magical treasure, causing most of its power to be lost. This required the new owner to reach the core formation stage before they could use it. Otherwise, they could only watch the magical treasure and be unable to use it. In this way, creating pseudo-treasures was more suitable for their descendants. However, creating pseudo-treasures had many limitations. Firstly, each pseudo-treasure could only seal up to 10% of the power of the magical treasure, and it couldn't increase beyond that. Therefore, even pseudo-treasures created from the same magical treasure varied in power. Secondly, creating pseudo-treasures not only reduced the power of the magical treasure, but also caused a significant loss of the owner's spiritual energy. Therefore, continuously creating pseudo-treasures was impossible. After each creation, the owner would need to rest for 3 to 5 years to recover their spiritual energy, assuming they didn't waste their true energy or intend to retemper the magical treasure, in which case it would take even longer. As a result, the cultivation world often saw the following situation. Before the Great Tribulation arrived, high-level cultivators would prepare themselves and leave behind the most valuable item upon their death, often a magical treasure with greatly diminished power, along with several pseudo-treasures sealing a portion of its power. This was indeed a lamentable situation. After listening to the words of shopkeeper Tian, Han Li gained some understanding of the talisman treasures and couldn't help but take another look at the talisman treasure in the brocade box. This golden brick talisman treasure was purchased at a high price from a small family by this building. It's a brand new talisman treasure that has never been used before. It's definitely more than enough to exchange for Brother Li's Millennium Spirit Grass. Shopkeeper Tian said with a tone of having suffered a big loss. Han Li secretly sneered, not believing the shopkeeper's words of suffering a loss. At most, they each had their own desires. In the eyes of the other party, his spirit grass must be worth more than this talisman treasure. How about it, Brother Li? Which item are you planning to exchange for? Shopkeeper Tian finally asked with a smile. Han Li hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit undecided. He originally wanted to visit more shops to see if there were better spiritual tools, but the items in front of him were indeed very good and suited his preferences well. He was reluctant to give up some of them, especially the golden brick talisman treasure, which would be even more helpful to him in the future. He definitely wanted to get it. I like all these items. I intend to take them all. After a moment of consideration, Han Li made up his mind. He thought that buying everything he needed from this Wanbao tower might not be a bad thing after all. At the very least, it would reduce other people's attention to him, limiting the influence of the Millennium Spirit grass to just the Wanbao Tower. To take them all, Brother Li must be joking. Shopkeeper Tian's face darkened after hearing Han Li's words. He thought Han Li was asking for too much, planning to exchange this one spirit grass for all the treasures in the brocade box. Han Li, upon seeing this, smiled faintly before reaching into his storage pouch and pulling out an identical box, placing it on the table. I'll trade all the treasures in your brocade box for 2 Millennium Spirit grass, Han Li said slowly, adopting a firm stance. Shopkeeper Tian, both surprised and delighted, didn't immediately respond to Han Li's offer. Instead, he hastily inspected the newly appeared spiritual herbs. Once he confirmed that the new Millennium Spirit grass was indeed identical to the first, he regarded Han Li with a newfound sense of importance. After all, someone who could produce 2 rare spiritual herbs at once deserved the Wanbao Tower's attention. Unable to discern Han Li's expression due to his cloak, Shopkeeper Tian felt that Han Li was even more mysterious. After a moment of hesitation, he decisively spoke up. Well, since Brother Li insists, I can step back and agree. However, I have a small request for Brother Li. If you happen to acquire any other spiritual herbs in the future, I hope you'll consider our tower first. I guarantee our offer will satisfy you. Han Li chuckled but didn't confirm or deny Shopkeeper Tian's request. However, inwardly, he sighed, realizing that the shopkeeper still harbored suspicions. It seemed prudent to avoid such deals involving spiritual herbs for treasures in the future to prevent potential trouble. Unaware of Han Li's true thoughts, Shopkeeper Tian was pleased to see him nod in agreement. If this Mr. Li could indeed procure Millennium Spirit grass for him, then sacrificing a little today was entirely worthwhile. Subsequently, Shopkeeper Tian and Han Li exchanged their items, and after securing their respective belongings, both parties were delighted. As for Han Li, he bid farewell to Wanbao Tower and promptly left the city without lingering for another moment. Fearing that the Wanbao Tower might dispatch experts to track him, he chose not to fly directly to Huangfeng Valley, instead leaving the Taiyu mountain range and circling back only after traveling a considerable distance for 3 or 4 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, Han Li arrived at the outskirts of the Taiyu mountain range. With nightfall approaching, he sought out a secluded cave to rest for the night, planning to return to Huangfeng Valley the next day. The cave was situated halfway up a slope, with several piles of scattered rocks blocking the entrance. It was nearly impossible to detect from the outside, and Han Li was fortunate to have found it. After eating a bit of food, he leaned against the stone wall to meditate and rest. Unbeknownst to him, as he drifted off to sleep, he suddenly heard the sound of clothes rustling in the wind, followed by a thud as if someone had landed outside the cave. Han Li's drowsiness vanished instantly. Could it be someone from the Wanbao Tower coming to hunt me down? Han Li couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. Junior sister, the environment here is quite good, and it's secluded with nobody around. I think we'll stay here. A somewhat familiar male voice echoed from outside the cave. Han Li was somewhat startled, but ultimately breathed a sigh of relief. Since it wasn't someone from the Wanbao Tower coming to kill and plunder, it seemed that the other party was just passing by, so there was nothing to worry about. Junior sister, why look at me like that? After all, you've never experienced the joys of intimacy between a man and a woman. Now, senior brother will take good care of you and ensure your womanhood isn't wasted. Otherwise, it would be a shame to let such a fine body go to waste. The man's voice remained calm and gentle, but the content of his words was vile and merciless. Han Li couldn't help but shudder at the audacity of the man outside. To speak in such a manner, proposing rape and murder, was truly despicable. Furthermore, there was only the man's voice without any sign of the woman's, indicating that the junior sister had likely been subdued and was unable to speak. However, the man's voice was so familiar that Han Li thought he had encountered him before. With curiosity rising, Han Li silently crept toward the entrance of the cave to take a look outside. A ripping sound of clothes, and the man's lewd laughter echoed. Come, have a bliss pill first. Otherwise, it won't be as enjoyable later. Junior sister, the environment here is quite good, and it's secluded with no one around. I think we'll stay here. A somewhat familiar male voice rang out from outside the cave. Han Li was somewhat taken aback, but he breathed a sigh of relief. Since it wasn't someone from the Wanbao Tower coming to kill and plunder, it meant the other party was just passing by, so there was nothing to worry about. Junior sister, why give me such a look? After all, you've never experienced the pleasures of a man and woman before. Now, senior brother will cherish you and ensure you don't waste your womanhood. Otherwise, it would be a shame to let such a good body go to waste. The man's voice remained calm and gentle, yet the content of his words was lewd and heartless. Han Li couldn't help but shiver at the audacity of the man outside. To speak in such a manner, proposing rape and murder, was truly despicable. Furthermore, there was only the man's voice without any sign of the woman's, indicating that the junior sister had likely been subdued and was unable to speak. However, the man's voice sounded oddly familiar, suggesting that Han Li had encountered him before. Curiosity piqued, Han Li silently crept toward the entrance of the cave to take a peek outside. There, he saw a man in white crouching beside a young woman, freely caressing her delicate body and occasionally tearing off strips of her clothes. The woman's hair was disheveled, and Han Li couldn't make out her face, but her body was as delicate and fair as a young lamb, with most of her clothes torn off, revealing her smooth and elastic skin. Especially her partially concealed yet ample bosom, it stirred up primal desires in any man who saw it. So it's him. After getting a clear look at the man's face, Han Li was both surprised and enlightened. The man turned out to be senior brother Liu, the one who had fought with the Mu Rong brothers. Indeed, He was a despicable man with a heart as vile as a beast's. But Han Li couldn't help but wonder which unfortunate junior sister had fallen into his clutches. Whether senior brother Lu heard Han Li's thoughts or not, he unintentionally brushed aside the woman's hair with one hand, revealing a beautiful yet full of resentment face. How could it be her? After getting a clear look at the woman's true face, Han Li almost bit his tongue. Wasn't she the junior sister, Chen, who had always been affectionate with senior brother Lu on the hill? She was his lover, so why would senior brother Lu go as far as playing such a despicable game of rape and murder with his own companion? But seeing junior sister Chen with eyes blazing, it didn't seem like a playful act between lovers. Han Li blinked, feeling confused. Found it. Suddenly, senior brother Lu stopped his actions on the woman and exclaimed in surprise. He produced a delicate and exquisite storage pouch with one hand. Ignoring junior sister Chen, senior brother Lu opened the pouch, revealing a pile of items, including talismans, magical tools, and even the woman's undergarments. Senior brother Lu paid no heed to the other items, instead rummaging tirelessly through bottles, jars, boxes, and similar objects, seemingly searching for something. "Ha, here it is, found it. I knew sister would carry it with her at all times, and it turned out to be true." Senior brother Lu exclaimed ecstatically as he dug out a small red wooden box from the pile of things. The lid of the box was already open, but due to the angle, Han Li couldn't see what was inside. His curiosity grew stronger, but he dared not make any rash moves. After all, the guy opposite was so ruthless that he could even target his own female companion. If this senior brother of his discovered him, he would surely kill to keep him quiet. Moreover, the power of the opponent's wind attribute spells, he had seen it with his own eyes, was sharp both in attack and defense, something he, with his mediocre skills, couldn't compare to. Furthermore, the opponent's mastery of mana was much deeper, seemingly at the mid-level of the 12th floor. In this case, whether it was spells or mana, he was definitely at a disadvantage, with seemingly little chance of winning. However, Han Li believed that if he really gave it his all, he could still hold his own against the opponent. After all, with the original magical items plus the newly acquired ones, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. But he wasn't interested in risking his life for this hero-saving damsel act. After all, Sister Chen and he had no relationship whatsoever. She had brought it upon herself, mistaking a wolf for her lover and walking right into the trap. Who could she blame? Han Li didn't have the resolve to risk his life for such a cause. So he decided to watch this spectacle to the end, then go his separate way from this senior brother. Of course, he would have to be more cautious around this senior brother in the future. After all, someone so cruel and ruthless was something he had never seen before, and he was willing to concede defeat in terms of ruthlessness. Thinking of this, Han Li quietly performed the newly learned concealment technique, fearing that the other party might inadvertently sense his presence, forcing him to engage in a deadly battle. At this moment, senior brother Lu put the wooden box into his storage bag, then chuckled a few times before approaching Sister Chen again. He continued tearing at the woman's clothes excitedly, while speaking aloud all his thoughts, sending chills down Han Li's spine as he listened in from behind the rock. "Sister, don't blame me. I have no choice in this matter. You see, that arrogant Dong Nai said that as long as I completely cut ties with you and turned to cultivating with her after forming the foundation, she would ask our senior aunt, Red Robe Senior Aunt, to personally accept me as her disciple and teach me earth-shattering great spells. This is a golden opportunity for me. I don't want to miss out on it, so I have to inconvenience you, sister." Lying on the ground, Sister Chen, who was glaring at him, trembled with anger, wishing she could sit up immediately and bite this heartless man. But unfortunately, she had already been bound by the wind-binding technique and couldn't move at all, not even able to curse him. She could only let him do as he pleased. But what he said next made her feel even colder, almost passing out. "Cough, if sister weren't the only daughter of the Chen family's patriarch, I might have spared you. I'm afraid you might turn from love to hate and seek revenge through the Chen family's power, tarnishing my reputation. I've heard that Red Robe Senior Aunt detests unfaithful men the most. So for the sake of my beauty and reputation, sister, you should disappear from this world. No one will suspect me. After all, we were so affectionate before." Senior brother Lu said hypocritically, while his hands didn't stop moving. In the blink of an eye, Sister Chen was left completely naked. Senior brother Lu saw the beauty before him. His eyes filled with lust, and his fingers began to move slowly on her smooth skin, with an expression that showed he intended to savor her fully. He continued speaking. "But what really intrigues me is that sister, like me, still has a foundation establishment pill unused. I suppose she wants to wait until she has perfected her basic cultivation techniques before taking it. After all, doing so would increase the chances of successful foundation establishment. However, since sister's pure body is already given to me, she wouldn't mind parting with this foundation establishment pill. I was a little worried about taking one foundation establishment pill alone, fearing it might fail, as even for spirit root bearers, foundation establishment failure is common. But now, with sister's pill, there's no doubt about successfully forming the foundation." With that, senior brother Lu withdrew his hands, took out the wooden box and another green porcelain bottle from his storage bag, and looked around with a triumphant expression. Han Li, who had been eavesdropping, began to think. Seeing the foundation establishment pill appear before his eyes, not just one but two at once, was too tempting for him. After all, wasn't his plan to participate in the bloody trial for the sake of the foundation establishment pill? If he could obtain it without taking such risks, he would certainly want to try it. Thinking of this, Han Li focused on observing senior brother Lu's every move. If the opponent showed any weakness, he would not hesitate to attack immediately and kill him to obtain the two foundation establishment pills. At this moment, Sister Chen exhibited a strange symptom. The resentment on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a trance-like expression. Her exposed skin turned pink, and her trembling lips couldn't produce any sound. He, It seems the love-inducing pill is working. Sister must be extremely uncomfortable now. To repay Sister's great kindness, I'll have to work hard to let Sister taste the unbearable pain. This way, it will also be considered repaying Sister for her past kindness. Senior brother Lou shamelessly soliloquized, and he put away the items in his hands, preparing to undress, intending to enjoy himself thoroughly. Seeing this, Han Li's mind stirred. If he attacked after senior brother Lou had stripped, the opponent would surely be thrown into disarray, making his move highly effective. The more he thought about it, the more he felt confident in this approach, and he became even more vigilant towards senior brother Lou, even subconsciously glancing at the opponent's face a few times. Wait a minute. After glancing several times, Han Li immediately noticed something was wrong. Although this senior brother Lou was busy undoing his belt, he was taking too long. Even now, the belt was still intact, with no sign of being loosened. What was even more suspicious was that while senior brother Lou's face showed a sense of urgency, his eyes were clear and composed, with a hint of a sneer. Han Li's heart sank, feeling that something was terribly wrong. His guard shot up, and he quickly expanded his spiritual awareness, taking out a water shield charm and placing it in his palm. Just as Han Li finished these actions, he suddenly felt something silently flying towards him from the left. Were it not for his heightened spiritual awareness, he might not have noticed at all, leaving him both startled and enraged. Without much thought, Han Li hurriedly slapped a talisman onto himself, enveloping him in a shimmering blue light barrier. At that moment, a bluish-green rope-like object also swiftly flew towards him, but it was timely blocked by the blue light. HMPH. Both Brother Lou and Han Li uttered sounds simultaneously. Brother Lou seemed surprised by his failed ambush, while Han Li was filled with a mix of shock and anger at the cunning and deceitfulness of his opponent, narrowly avoiding being ensnared. Well, your reaction is quite impressive. It seems you're not an ordinary bystander. But after observing for so long, shouldn't you come out and have a chat with me, Brother Lou? With a wave of his hand, the bluish-green rope returned to his grasp. He then calmly addressed Han Li, who had been hiding, indicating that he had long since discovered his presence. Since he had been exposed, there was no point in hiding here any longer. Taking a deep breath, Han Li, under the dazzling shield, held a magical tool in each hand as he stepped out from behind the stone. It's you. Seeing Han Li's face clearly, Brother Lou exclaimed in surprise. He actually recognized Han Li. However, Han Li's heart sank slightly at the other's exclamation. Although Brother Lou had only seen him once on the small mountain, amidst chaotic fighting, months had passed since then. Yet, he could still recognize him at a glance. This indicated that this person possessed either an extraordinary memory or remarkable foresight and cunning. Regardless of which situation it was not good news for Han Li. In fact, he had faintly sensed that Brother Lou was somewhat similar to him in a certain aspect. They both excelled in using cunning and ruthless methods. Especially his arrogant behavior in public, which was just a smokescreen, similar to Han Li's low-key approach. However, Han Li did not want to attract attention, while Brother Lu intentionally made others underestimate him to conceal his true intentions. However, Han Li admitted to himself that he couldn't be as shameless as the other party, nor as ruthless and vicious. He had always adhered to the moderate path of being self-reliant. Just as Han Li felt resolute in his heart, Brother Lu also became solemn, seeming to have realized something. His gaze toward Han Li became sharp, without concealing his murderous intent. Han Li sighed. He had originally thought of trying to talk his way out of it, but now, seeing the other's expression and considering his cunning, there was no room for maneuvering. It seemed that only one of them could survive, so it was better not to waste words and strike first. With that in mind, Han Li didn't hesitate. With a wave of his left hand, a steel ring emitted a strange whistle as it flew towards Brother Lu, followed by a dark green gourd appearing in his right hand, from which 5 or 6 blackened spheres were ejected, closely following the steel ring. After completing these actions, Han Li didn't stop. With his left hand free, he gestured in the air, instantly conjuring several red fireballs. With a slight movement of his sleeve, he wrapped the fireballs within it and then hurled them at Brother Lu with a sudden flick, uttering a low go as he did so. Instantly, with a wave of heat, the fireballs scattered in all directions, aiming at Brother Lu. This series of attacks almost exhausted all of Han Li's offensive methods without using any talismans, especially the last rapid-fire technique, which he had spent a lot of effort learning from Wu Feng. The purpose was to catch his opponent off guard and swiftly defeat him. Actually, if he hadn't felt unfamiliar with the new magical tools and unsure if he could wield them effectively, Han Li would have unleashed everything without hesitation. After all, the new magical tools were much more powerful than the old ones. However, almost at the same time Han Li made his move, Brother Lu didn't remain idle. With a flip of his hands, a large blue flag about 10 feet long appeared in his grasp, emitting a faint blue light with a fierce blue dragon embroidered on it. At this moment, Brother Lu finally saw Han Li's series of attacks clearly, unexpectedly feeling extremely shocked. You should know that the reason why he had first displayed his most powerful magical tool, the blue dragon flag, was to use a killing move to eliminate Han Li. But he had never expected that as soon as Han Li appeared, he would immediately launch a fierce attack without saying a word, and his methods were so ruthless, showing no mercy. With no other choice, Brother Lu disregarded launching another attack. He handed the blue flag to his right hand and reached for his waist with his left hand, pulling out a yellow talisman from his storage pouch. He looked at the high-grade talisman with some reluctance before gritting his teeth and lightly tossing it in front of him, quickly chanting an incantation. Instantly, Han Li's steel ring emitted a faint yellow light, charging towards Brother Lu in front of him. Only then did Brother Lu point at the yellow talisman with one hand and loudly shout, Wind wall technique. Rise. With his shout, the yellow talisman suddenly emitted a bright light, transforming into a white hurricane, about a dozen feet high, lying horizontally in front of Brother Lu and blocking the path of the steel ring. With a poo sound, the steel ring unceremoniously pierced into the hurricane, but was immediately blown off course and sent tumbling back after a few somersaults. As for the following spheres, they fared even worse, only spinning outside the hurricane without being able to penetrate it. Seeing this scene, Han Li's expression changed slightly, hastily extending his finger to slightly manipulate the last few fireballs that arrived. They immediately made two large arcs and flew toward the sides, attempting to bypass the wind wall and attack Brother Lu again. Hee, nice try. Brother Lu sneered, deftly pinching a gesture with one hand, pointing it towards the middle of the wind wall. The hurricane immediately split into two from the middle and rushed out separately, once again intercepting the fireballs. With several bursting sounds, the fireballs could no longer evade and collided directly. The hurricane trembled a few times, and the fireballs were swallowed up, disappearing without a trace within the hurricane. Han Li felt horrified. At this moment, under Brother Lu's control, the wind wall merged back together, returning to its original state. Such insignificant tricks. You're doomed tonight, even though I don't know your name or your background. But tonight, you're as good as dead. Brother Lu laughed arrogantly. Then he clasped his hands together and grabbed the blue dragon flag once again, vigorously waving it. Han Li felt a bit nervous. The opponent's difficulty exceeded his expectations. Such a powerful, continuous attack was effortlessly countered. Although there were no abnormalities with the blue flag that Brother Lu wielded, judging from his serious expression, Han Li knew that Brother Lu was definitely not playing around with his counterattack. It seems that not using talisman treasures won't work, Han Li thought coldly. However, he couldn't refine the talisman treasures due to his lack of ability, so every time he used them, he had to strive for a certain amount of casting time to drive the talisman treasures to victory. Therefore, his own defense had to be absolutely tight. With that in mind, Han Li glanced at the opposite side again. Brother Lu was waving the blue flag, which was gradually becoming dazzling, emitting a dazzling blue light, making the blue dragon on the flag even more ferocious and terrifying. It seemed that the opponent's attack was about to be launched. Han Li no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the steel ring whooshed back and stopped a few feet above. After completing all of this, Han Li finally relaxed. He took out a gray, small sword magical tool, sat cross-legged, and began to cast a spell, intending to quickly drive the magical tool into the air to attack the enemy. At this moment, Brother Lu on the opposite side finally gathered enough spiritual energy on the King Jiao flag and launched a fierce attack like a storm. He stopped waving the flag and instead pointed the flagpole fiercely at Han Li. Suddenly, dozens of crescent-shaped green wind blades rushed out from the flagpole, whistling towards Han Li. These wind blades were too fast. Just now they were on Brother Lu's side, but in the blink of an eye, they had reached Han Li's side. It was indeed a wind-type spell, attacking twice as fast as spells of other attributes. If Han Li hadn't prepared for defense in advance, he would probably not even have time to react before being cut into pieces by these wind blades. While Han Li was amazed, a fierce collision occurred between the wind blades and the outer layer of the steel ring. Green and yellow lights flashed incessantly, accompanied by a poo-poo sound of cutting. When all the light disappeared, the previously smooth outer wall of the steel ring now had dozens of intersecting grooves several feet long, making the whole magical tool look tattered. Fortunately, the magical tool was constantly rotating when it was attacked, which prevented these wind blades from attacking the same area. Otherwise, it would have been completely destroyed long ago. Both Han Li and Brother Lu were surprised by this result. Han Li thought that although the original purpose of this steel ring magical tool was not specifically for defense, it was indeed a high-quality magical tool with excellent material quality. However, he did not expect that these wind blades, albeit seemingly insignificant, could cut it into pieces almost completely, making him worry about whether he could withstand the enemy's subsequent attacks. Brother Lu was even more astonished. This King Jiao flag was well known among top-grade magical tools. It took him a lot of effort and cost to obtain it in order to complement his own spiritual root attributes. This magical tool not only could easily unleash simple spells like wind blade technique, but also, by absorbing a certain amount of spiritual energy, amplified all wind attribute attacks emanating from the flag. Therefore, although the wind blades just now appeared to be simple low-level spells, each of them had enough power to rival mid-level spells. In other words, the seemingly simple attack just now actually concentrated the bombardment of more than a dozen mid-level spells. However, even so, it still failed to break through the outer layer of the steel ring. This made Brother Lu feel more apprehensive about Han Li. Although both Han Li and Brother Lu felt the other's ruthlessness, their subsequent actions were quite different. Because Han Li was still trying to drive the magical tool and did not want to give up halfway, he knew that the enemy's next attack would definitely be extremely sharp, but he could only grit his teeth and persevere. Brother Lu was more cunning. From the moment he saw Han Li set up his defensive stance just now until the end of the attack, he sat still and knew that the other party must be preparing a killer move. It was either to cast a high-level spell attack or to wield a powerful magical tool. Therefore, without hesitation, he once again poured his spiritual power into the flag, stopped the emission of wind blades from the flag tip, and then used both hands to rapidly revolve the flagpole, causing his spiritual power to rush into the flagpole like a torrent. With such a huge amount of spiritual power as support, the green light on the flag's surface became even more dazzling, like a green sun rising in the dark night, making people dare not look directly at it. However, Brother Lu, because of the huge loss of mana, had a pale face, but a ruthless expression on his face. It seemed that he knew well that the night was long and there were many dreams, so he was ready to use his ultimate move. With a low roar from Brother Lu, he exerted force with both hands, threw the King Jiao flag into the air, and then quickly flipped his fingers to cast a spell. Then, with a finger point at the flag, he shouted loudly, "Transform, Jiao." Suddenly, the King Jiao flag emitted a dazzling light, and in an instant, it turned into a tens of meters long green giant flood dragon, vividly lifelike, with teeth and claws, exactly the same as the one embroidered on the flag's surface. Go, without any hesitation, Brother Lu pointed at Han Li. The green flood dragon opened its huge mouth ferociously and pounced towards Han Li, making a deafening sound as it crashed onto the Xuanti shield. Green and black lights surged, and the flames on the shield seemed to be evenly matched for a while. But not long after, the black light on the shield quickly weakened and disappeared at a visible speed. Just when this shield was about to suffer the same fate as the previous magical tool, a clear and cold voice came from behind it. "Retrieve." With this sound, the iron shield immediately shrank and quickly retreated. As a result, the green dragon's momentum increased, chasing after it as if it wanted to swallow Han Li and the shield whole. But at this moment, Han Li, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly emitted a gray misty light several meters long, taking the form of a giant sword. It fiercely clashed with the dragon's head, entwining with it. In midair, sometimes the green light suppressed the gray light, and sometimes the gray light restrained the green light. For a moment, neither side had the upper hand. Meanwhile, the iron shield had returned to its original palm-sized shape and fell into Han Li's hands. He put it away in his storage pouch with a flick of his hand. At this point, all of his mana was used to control the magical tool, and he had no spare energy to use this shield anymore. This time, the gray light transformed from the magical tool was obviously much stronger than when he killed the man in yellow, just judging from the sword light it emitted. Its power was at least 3 or 4 times greater. It is worth noting that when this magical tool was in the hands of the Golden Light Man, it could only transform into a foot-long gray light. When it was in Han Li's hands for practicing the technique, it turned into a light several feet long. However, when Han Li's cultivation reached a certain level and he killed the man in yellow, the magical tool once again appeared as a light several zhang long. Now, with Han Li's cultivation reaching the 11th level, when he drove this magical tool again, not only did its length change, reaching 2 or 3 zhang, but its shape also vaguely revealed a giant sword shape, dazzling with brilliance, emitting a formidable aura, causing people to glance at it sideways. If it weren't for this magical tool might not have been able to withstand the fierce attacks from the evil dragon transformed by the King Jiao flag. From this, it can be seen that the power of magical tools not only depends on the power of the magic treasures sealed within them, but also on the depth of the cultivator's mana. The more profound the mana of the cultivator, the more the power of the magical tool can be brought into full play. I really don't know. When I successfully build my foundation in the future and use this magical tool again, what form will it take? Han Li couldn't help but have a sudden whimsical thought while commanding the gray light to entangle with the green dragon. Han Li and senior brother Lu continuously channel their mana into the sword talisman and the azure dragon banner, fully dedicating themselves to manipulating them in their battle, without daring to slack off or be negligent. However, in doing so, they also have no spare mental or magical energy to employ other means to gain an advantage. They are well aware that as soon as one side becomes slightly careless, it could lead to immediate destruction, with no chance of recovery. Under the intertwined glow of the azure dragon and the giant sword, the conflict between Han Li and senior brother Lu has unexpectedly evolved into a prolonged battle to see whose mana is depleted first. When they both realize that the amount of residual mana is the key to this battle, they simultaneously resort to methods to replenish their spiritual power. They each take out a spirit stone and hold it in their hands to supplement their spiritual energy loss. However, senior brother Lu is shocked to discover that Han Li possesses a middle-grade earth attribute spirit stone, while his own is only a low-grade wind attribute spirit stone. This unexpected revelation leaves senior brother Lu feeling extremely embarrassed and enraged. Although Han Li's method of replenishing mana may be faster due to the middle-grade spirit stone, senior brother Lu realizes that his mana reserves are far deeper. He believes that even if Han Li's replenishment is faster, it won't last long, considering the negligible amount of mana replenished compared to the constant mana consumption. Thinking this way, senior brother Lu calms down once again and focuses his mind. However, when Han Li's next move unfolds before him, senior brother Lu is once again taken aback, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Han Li unexpectedly removes the blue shield from his body in front of senior brother Lu, revealing his true form openly. Even someone as clever as senior brother Lu is puzzled by Han Li's actions and doesn't understand what precautions Han Li has taken. Is he not afraid that a wind blade from senior brother Lu would easily take his life? After a moment of contemplation, senior brother Lu hesitantly extends his left hand into the void, intending to conjure a faint blue wind blade. However, before senior brother Lu can fully condense and launch the wind blade, the giant sword, entangled with the azure dragon in midair, suddenly radiates a bright light. Taking advantage of senior brother Lu's distraction in casting the wind blade, the giant sword breaks free from the azure dragon's grasp and flies straight towards senior brother Lu. This sudden turn of events startles senior brother Lu, who realizes that if he insists on forming and launching the wind blade, he might be able to take Han Li's life. But he would also be at risk of losing his own life under the giant sword's attack. This is not the outcome senior brother Lu desires. He still has a bright future ahead of him and is unwilling to be buried with an unknown opponent in this desolate place. With this in mind, senior brother Lu hastily withdraws the wind blade and pours all his mana into the Azure Dragon banner to call back the Azure Dragon. Despite having a wind barrier in front of him, senior brother Lu knows it won't withstand the giant sword's attack and decides to focus on consuming Han Li's mana bit by bit. Meanwhile, Han Li starts chewing various grasses and stems from his storage pouch, leaving senior brother Lu bewildered and unable to discern his intentions. Feeling increasingly uneasy, senior brother Lu attempts several sneak attacks on Han Li, but each time, Han Li manages to repel them using the same method, leaving senior brother Lu frustrated and helpless, forced to endure the gradual consumption of his mana. As time passes, senior brother Lu becomes more and more anxious. When the azure light on the Azure Dragon begins to dim, while the gray glow on the giant sword remains as bright as ever, senior brother Lu can no longer contain his fear and shouts in disbelief. Impossible. Clearly, my mana far surpasses yours. Even with a middle-grade spirit stone supplementing your mana, you shouldn't have any remaining power by now. You should have exhausted your mana earlier than me. Seeing his plan gradually coming to fruition, Han Li can't help but smile. However, upon hearing senior brother Lu's words, his smile turns into a cold smirk. He doesn't have time to explain everything to someone who is already doomed. It's crucial to eliminate his opponent as soon as possible. After all, his mana is running out as well, and he has no intention of wasting time arguing with his opponent. With this in mind, Han Li completely ignores senior brother Lu's question and points his finger. The glow of the giant sword intensifies, gradually shrinking the Azure Dragon to a mere 10 meters in length, its azure light almost imperceptible. Seeing this, senior brother Lu despairs completely, and his determination to fight to the death surges. Madness gleams in his eyes. Without a word, he swiftly recalls the remaining mana from the Azure Dragon banner, causing it to revert to its original form and fall from the sky. Ignoring the giant sword rushing towards him, he quickly condenses a massive wind blade with the remaining mana and mercilessly hurls it at Han Li. Han Li's heart skips a beat as he quickly activates the flowing smoke steps to evade the wind blade. He knows that he won't outrun the wind blade's swift attack in a straight line, so he employs agile footwork to create multiple illusions, confusing the wind blade and causing it to veer off course. Finally, with a crisp sound, the wind blade loses control and crashes into the ground, leaving a deep trench before disappearing. Han Li heaves a sigh of relief, realizing the danger of using mundane agility techniques to evade attacks from cultivators. He sits down on the ground, his heart finally calming down, and looks across at senior brother Lu. He sees that the wind barrier has vanished, and senior brother Lu, who was hiding behind it, lies motionless in two pieces on the ground. Above the two halves of the corpse, the giant sword emits a faint gray light, hovering silently. Han Li raised his hand and beckoned in the air. The giant sword immediately turned around and flew back. When it reached him, it transformed back into its talisman form and lightly fell into his hand. Just as Han Li was about to reach out to take the talisman, it inexplicably burst into flames during its descent. In a moment, it turned into ashes and was blown away by the mountain wind, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this scene, Han Li was momentarily stunned, but then a wry smile appeared on his face. This talisman was completely scrapped. Its remaining power had been exhausted in this protracted tug-of-war, leaving Han Li, who was well aware of the value of talismans, feeling heartbroken but helpless. After all, to kill senior brother Liu, such a formidable enemy, without paying some price, how could that be possible? However, the Qing Jiao banner on the other side was quite a nice spoils of war, enough to compensate for the loss of this talisman, not to mention the 2 Foundation establishment pills waiting for him to plunder. Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't help but feel ecstatic, feeling that this fierce battle was well worth it. If he could successfully establish his foundation by consuming these Foundation establishment pills, then he wouldn't have to risk his life to participate in something like the blood trial again. After all, there were probably many cultivators as strong as senior brother Liu there, if not even more formidable ones. After a while, Han Li felt his mana recovering slightly through absorbing the spiritual stones in his hand. He stood up first, intending to pick up the Qing Jiao banner not far away. But just as he straightened up, a severe pain surged from his dantian, as if countless steel needles were fiercely piercing it. Han Li immediately bent down again, his face extremely pale, gritting his teeth in pain. Han Li didn't move a muscle, and after a cup of tea's time, he took a deep breath, feeling the pain diminish slightly. Han Li's expression was somewhat depressed, his mouth twitching a few times. He knew exactly why this happened. It was caused by swallowing a large amount of aged medicinal herbs just now. Although he had absorbed some of the spiritual energy from these herbs in time, more of it had accumulated in his dantian, becoming foreign objects, mixed with many unclear medicinal impurities. If not expelled in time, it would surely cause endless troubles. Although Han Li knew that swallowing spiritual herbs in this way was unwise and would inevitably backlash, he had no choice but to take the risk to save his life at that time. Indeed, this forcibly absorbing spiritual energy method had greatly assisted him in this protracted battle. However, merely swallowing herbs was not enough to allow Han Li to persist until the end. In addition to the fact that his spiritual stone provided mana faster than the opponent's, another key to his victory was canceling his own defensive spell, the water shield technique. 2 years ago, when studying and researching spellcasting techniques, Han Li inadvertently learned from Wu Feng that most low-level disciples had a misconception when using talismans. They believed that talismans would not consume any mana from the user apart from the initial activation. This was actually a misunderstanding. In fact, once a talisman was activated, the spell it cast would always be connected to the user by a thread of spiritual energy. This was for the convenience of the caster to control the spell. If the spell did not disappear, the user would automatically continue to expend mana to maintain this connection. Because this thread of spiritual energy was invisible to Qi condensation stage disciples and impossible to sense, most disciples ignored it, leading to the aforementioned misunderstanding. Even those who knew the truth considered it insignificant and didn't spread it widely among low-level disciples. Wu Feng happened to be one of the informed individuals. He casually mentioned it to Han Li during a chat, but Han Li remembered it and even did several tests himself to verify it, confirming its accuracy. As a result, when Han Li realized that it would be a protracted battle, he immediately thought of this matter and decisively dispelled the defensive spell in order to save more mana. Although it seemed insignificant at first glance, the mana consumption over time was not light. Obviously, senior brother Lu was unaware of this, so he cautiously maintained that deadly wind wall technique. Little did he know that it was this wind wall technique that ultimately led him further down the path to defeat. So it was that Han Li ultimately relied on the slight reserve of mana he had saved up, enduring just a bit longer than his opponent. Otherwise, with only those two advantages, he might not have been able to outlast the opponent. Despite this, Han Li still felt that this victory was extremely perilous. It took every possible means just to barely save his life. The opponent's strength was indeed superior to his. However, no matter what, he was the one who survived in the end. After feeling the pain ease slightly, Han Li couldn't help but move slowly, wanting to stretch his body. But just then, the sound of wind behind him suddenly rang out, as if something was rushing towards him. Han Li was greatly surprised and hurriedly tried to dodge, but suddenly, a severe pain came from his dantian, causing his body to freeze for a moment. Then, the entire person was forcefully hugged by a slippery, fragrant woman. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Han Li struggled a few times, but due to the pain in his dantian and his exhaustion from the recent battle, he couldn't break free. Seeing this scene, although Han Li had already vaguely guessed the identity of the person behind him, he couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. However, before his face could fully turn, a charming and beautiful face had already pressed up against him, continuously kissing him with fragrant lips. Indeed, it was the junior sister Chen who had been motionless just moments ago. As it turned out, not long ago, although junior sister Chen was unable to move due to the wind restraint technique, the battle between Han Li and senior brother Lu did not affect her at all. All the fighting had avoided the area where she lay, leaving her completely unharmed after the battle. Before the battle began, the effects of the Hehuan pill had already taken hold on junior sister Chen. She was delirious with passion, full of illusions, and only wanted to seek pleasure with someone. However, at that time, due to the restraint spell, she couldn't move at all, which made her seem obedient, but deep down, she was tormented by lust even more. However, just now, when the duration of the wind restraint technique finally expired, junior sister Chen, who had just regained her freedom, rushed towards the only man nearby, Han Li, under the stimulation of her overwhelming desires. She tightly hugged him, resulting in the extremely sensual scene described earlier. Han Li was indeed a bona fide virgin. After being kissed by junior sister Chen for a moment, he felt a flutter in his heart, and a strange sensation surged within him. Moreover, he never touted himself as a righteous gentleman or adhered to the notion of remaining chaste, so feeling somewhat moved, he didn't hesitate to reciprocate junior sister Chen's affection without reservation. In response to Han Li's actions, junior sister Chen became even more distressed. Although she had never experienced intimacy between a man and a woman, her innate instinct to seek pleasure prompted her to start tearing at Han Li's clothes. Junior sister Chen's actions, however, partially sobered up the somewhat intoxicated Han Li. He dared not entangle himself further, quickly flipping his right hand to reveal a mind-calming talisman. With the little mana he had just regained, he reluctantly cast a calming spell, once again restraining junior sister Chen. With a gentle push, he managed to break free from junior sister Chen's fragrant embrace and gently placed her back on the ground. Han Li squatted beside junior sister Chen, carefully examining her seductive and enticing appearance, which was now filled with spring desires. His gaze then shifted downwards, lingering on her curvaceous and naked body. The voluptuous figure, the mischievously protruding navel, and even the slightly mysterious area below. All of these made Han Li's mouth dry and left him feeling dizzy. He knew that, if he wished, the tempting beauty before him could instantly offer him an intoxicating taste of ecstasy, making him a true man. However, after gazing for some time, Han Li reluctantly tore his gaze away and returned to the woman's face. Furrowing his brows, he suddenly extended a finger and lightly touched her slightly parted cherry lips. Sensing their moistness and smoothness, he quickly withdrew his finger and sniffed it under his nose. It really is the harmonious union pill. It seems that person wasn't lying. After a moment, Han Li lowered his hand and muttered to himself, appearing completely composed. "Beautiful lady, it seems you're quite fortunate. If it were any other aphrodisiac, it would likely have had a more potent effect. However, since it's the harmonious union pill, there's no need. I assume you entered a hallucination long before I appeared and won't even remember my face." With one hand lightly supporting her chin, Han Li gazed into her intoxicated eyes and spoke gently. "In fact, the safest method would still be for you to disappear from this world entirely. Although hallucinations might leave only faint impressions, the possibility is still there, albeit very low. But you should consider yourself lucky. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a ruthless killer either. My heart is even softer towards women. If it were a man, I would have struck long ago without hesitation." Han Li continued to mutter to himself, wearing a somewhat helpless wry smile. After uttering these words, Han Li fell silent for a moment, staring fixedly at the woman's beautiful face for a while before suddenly lowering his head and kissing her luscious cherry lips passionately, clumsily sucking on them, while the woman responded eagerly with fiery passion. After a long time of ecstasy, Han Li reluctantly parted from her fragrant lips. Intimacy between a man and a woman is truly miraculous. Even if it doesn't lead to ecstasy, a kiss like this can be considered a reward for saving a life. Hanley muttered to himself, showing no intention of being taken advantage of. As for the woman's foundation establishment pill, since it was obtained from senior brother Lou, Hanley naturally wouldn't mention it again. Cough, your current appearance is truly enticing. If I hadn't heard from old man Ma that the chances of success in foundation establishment for men and women with yang and yin bodies are higher, why would I refuse such an opportunity and be forced to play the role of a chaste person? Initially, Han Li's expression remained calm, but as he spoke, he shook his head lightly, revealing a look of deep regret. After all, the pleasures of a single night and the grand pursuit of cultivation, which one was more important, Han Li was clear even when consumed by desire. As for why senior brother Lou was so indifferent about wanting to drug this woman, Han Li didn't need to think too hard to guess. Judging by his flirtatious appearance, his yang body was probably already exhausted long ago, so he didn't care. It was probably also one of the reasons why he lacked confidence in his foundation establishment and still hadn't dared to take the foundation establishment pill. Now, it was benefiting Han Li. Since Han Li had made up his mind, he didn't plan to waste any time. He first used a fireball technique to create a large pit not far away, threw senior brother Lou's corpse into it, then used a fireball to turn the corpse into ashes, filling the pit with soil to bury it, erasing all traces. Then, Hanley scraped away some of the more obvious traces at the site of the battle with a long knife from his storage pouch, making it impossible for anyone to find any clues. He then dressed junior sister Chen in her own clothes, and with her in tow, hastily flew away from the scene. After flying more than 100 miles to the west, Han Li found a relatively hidden giant rock and landed. Placing the woman under the giant rock, Han Li initially intended to fly away immediately. However, after glancing back and seeing the woman's flushed face, he couldn't help but sigh softly, then turned back, once again approaching junior sister Chen. From his pocket, he pulled out a white porcelain bottle and poured some white powder onto his palm. Then, using his other hand's finger, he lightly applied some of the powder to the woman's cherry lips, sighing somewhat helplessly. The aphrodisiac effects of this harmonious union pill, although not lethal, can cause significant damage to one's vitality if left unresolved for an extended period. Consider this as my good deed to help you resolve it. This kindling powder is just the thing to counteract its effects. As he spoke, Han Li watched as the woman unconsciously licked the powder, her alluring mannerisms leaving him momentarily entranced. Realizing he couldn't linger any longer, Han Li hastily put away the bottle and flew away on his magic tool. He knew the woman would soon wake up, and staying any longer would only invite trouble. This time, he flew through the night for several hours, until he reached a location only a few hours away from Huangfeng Valley. He rested briefly until dawn broke, then confidently entered the valley and returned to the 100 Herbs garden. Once inside the garden, Han Li immediately secluded himself. After 3 days and nights, he had successfully expelled the foreign object from his dantian, with only a negligible residue remaining that wouldn't pose any hindrance and would be gradually refined by his true essence in the days to come. However, despite this success, the aftermath of the recent battle had left Han Li significantly weakened. It would likely take him a couple of months to fully recover to his peak state. Yet, Han Li still considered it all worthwhile. Because at this moment, he sat at the table, admiring his greatest spoils from this journey. The 2 blue Foundation establishment pills, each the size of a silkworm bean. After scrutinizing them for an hour, he transferred them to a container and stored them in the auxiliary magic tool, a copper bottle. This way, their spiritual energy wouldn't dissipate. As for the original blue bottle and wooden box, they naturally had to be destroyed to avoid any future complications. Speaking of which, Han Li had suffered quite a few losses in the recent battle. Not only was his flying sword talisman ruined, but even the high-grade magic tool, the steel ring, was shattered. Han Li felt somewhat regretful about this. However, the gains were also considerable. Besides the Azure Dragon banner, Han Li found 2 other decent magic tools in senior brother Lu's storage pouch. One was the green rope that had previously ambushed him, and the other was a silver-white hook, both appearing to be high-grade magic tools, enough to make up for his losses in magic tools. Not to mention, he also found dozens of intermediate-grade talismans with various properties and over 20 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, there was not a single primary high-grade talisman among them. Even the one high-grade Gale Wall talisman had its spiritual power depleted during Han Li's battle and was now useless. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li sorted through all the spoils. Except for the items he needed or were extremely valuable, everything else was destroyed to prevent future trouble. Then, he began to eagerly consider the matter of the Foundation establishment pills. Speaking of which, Han Li knew nothing about how to take Foundation establishment pills. Was it as simple as swallowing them, or did he need to take some other auxiliary medicine first? Did he even need to rely on external forces? Logically, such rare pills should indeed have some special requirements. Han Li hadn't paid much attention to this matter before because he had never had Foundation establishment pills. He originally planned to inquire about it after the Blood Soul trial, as everything else would be futile if he failed the trial. But unexpectedly, he now had the Foundation establishment pills in his hands, and not just one, but 2. This became an urgent matter. Half a day later, Han Li returned from the transference pavilion. As soon as he returned to his residence, he lay motionless on the table, lost in thought for quite some time. Several hours later, he suddenly punched the edge of the table, his fist turning red, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, as if his senses had dulled. Not long ago, Han Li had spent most of the day extracting information about how to use the Foundation establishment pills from Wu Feng. However, the results were far from pleasant news for him. It turned out that taking Foundation establishment pills to break through the foundation establishment bottleneck was as simple as swallowing them directly. No need for any auxiliary medicines or external forces. In theory, this was great news for Han Li. However, Wu Feng's subsequent words dealt him a heavy blow, bringing about new problems after taking the pills, leaving Han Li once again in a dilemma. In the northern part of Jianzhou, on a desolate mountain on the border between Yue Kingdom and Yuanwu Kingdom, stood dozens of men and women dressed in yellow shirts. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, and they varied in age. Some were elderly with white hair and wrinkles, while others were young with rosy lips and a hint of childishness. Yet they all stood silently in order. At the forefront was a dignified old man who stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky in a trance. Behind him stood 4 men and 1 woman, all with solemn expressions. Among them was the senior brother Wang who had introduced Han Li, wearing a serious expression. Behind the 5 individuals were 2 rows of neatly arranged disciples in yellow shirts, each with a different expression. Some looked nervous and restless, some seemed indifferent and looked around casually, while others smiled without saying a word, keeping their composure. In the corner of the last row stood a young man with a dark complexion and ordinary appearance, his eyes lowered, always looking at his own toes, seemingly very shy. But no one knew that this seemingly immature guy was harboring a lot of resentment in his heart. This young man was none other than Han Li, and the group of people in yellow shirts were the disciples of Huangfeng Valley who participated in the Blood Soul trial. In the end, Han Li still joined this journey of no return, and even after obtaining 2 foundation establishment pills, this could only be described as a ridiculous and helpless situation. Over a month ago, Han Li was greatly disappointed after learning the method of taking foundation establishment pills from Wu Feng. It turned out that after taking the foundation establishment pill, the person undergoing foundation establishment must remain in seclusion for 3 months to completely refine the medicinal power. Otherwise, the medicinal power would disperse, greatly reducing its effectiveness. So whether foundation establishment could be successful or not would only be known after several months at least. But waiting for such a long time was extremely unfavorable for Han Li. According to his original plan after obtaining these 2 foundation establishment pills, he would take them first to see if he could successfully establish his foundation, and then decide whether to participate in the trial. If he could establish his foundation successfully, he definitely wouldn't go to such a dangerous place as the Forbidden Land, considering the terrifying 1/4 chance of survival. If taking the pills didn't work, then the journey to the Forbidden Land would still be necessary. If 1 or 2 foundation establishment pills weren't enough, he would refine 3 or 4 more, or even more. He believed that no matter how poor his aptitude was, after taking a sufficient number of foundation establishment pills, he could still enter the foundation establishment stage. But the restriction of 3 months in seclusion after taking the medicine disrupted Han Li's plan, leaving him in a dilemma where he couldn't have both. After nearly half a month of deliberation, Han Li felt that with his poor aptitude, even if he took 2 foundation establishment pills in a row, the hope of successfully establishing his foundation was still very slim, so he couldn't give up on the blood soul trial. Actually, Han Li had also considered waiting another 5 years to participate in the blood soul trial. By then, even if he hadn't established his foundation, his cultivation base would definitely have reached a high level, which would greatly enhance his ability to protect himself. But shortly after Han Li came up with this idea, the upper echelons of Huangfeng Valley announced a shocking event that shook the entire cultivation world of Yue Kingdom, dispelling his thoughts. The content was, the forbidden land of the Blood Soul trial would be temporarily closed for 60 years after 5 years, during which time representatives from the 7 major sects would jointly supervise, and no one would be allowed to enter for harvesting herbs. This temporary closure of the forbidden land was not uncommon. Almost every 300 or 400 years, the 7 major sects would do such a thing. Because frequent opening of the forbidden land would cause a large loss of spiritual energy, slowing down the production and growth of spiritual herbs. This temporary closure measure would change the density of spiritual energy, allowing it to return to normal levels. However, even with this measure, the spiritual herbs in the forbidden land would become increasingly scarce year by year, especially the finished spiritual herbs suitable for alchemy. According to the speculation of some knowledgeable individuals from the 7 major sects, if they wanted to truly restore the normal quantity of spiritual herbs in the forbidden land, the time of closure would have to be extended to at least 1,000 years. Otherwise, this temporary closure would only delay the exhaustion of spiritual herbs, as the production and growth of spiritual herbs were not instantaneous. Although this reasoning combined with the actual situation inside the forbidden land made it undeniable, the leaders of the 7 major sects were still unable to make a firm decision. The quantity of foundation establishment pills was closely related to the rise and fall of their 7 major sects. If they lacked these pills for 5 or 6 decades, the 7 major sects would only suffer some minor losses without affecting their foundation. But if there were no foundation establishment pills for hundreds or thousands of years, then not to mention the 7 major sects, the entire cultivation world of Yue Kingdom would face life and death. After all, a place where cultivators could no longer establish their foundations could no longer be called a cultivation world. Perhaps all the cultivation families and lone cultivators would leave Yue Kingdom and seek survival elsewhere. The 7 major sects would not be exceptions either. Therefore, although the frequent opening of the forbidden land was foolish, the people in charge of the 7 major sects had to do it. They only hoped to find alternative places for harvesting spiritual herbs before the spiritual herbs in the forbidden land truly became extinct. This also led to the abnormal behavior of some nascent soul or even Yuan Wying stage experts from the major sects in the past few hundred years. They frequently went out to search for other places where spiritual herbs grew, or sought other ways out for their sects, determined not to let their sect's lineage decline. Han Li naturally couldn't know about the above-mentioned matters so clearly. But as soon as this news came out, he dared not even consider participating in the Blood Soul trial 5 years later. Even the most dull-witted person would understand that the Forbidden Land opening 5 years later would definitely be extremely bloody and fierce. All the elite disciples of the major sects would participate to make the last big profit before the closure. For Han Li to join such a trial would be seeking his own death. Although the difficulty of this trip to the Forbidden Land would also increase dramatically after this news was announced, the fighting would be more intense. But no matter what, it would definitely be much better than the next time. As for the foolish idea of participating in the Blood Soul trial 50 years later, Han Li never even thought about it. After the optimal age for Foundation establishment had passed, even if he reluctantly entered the Foundation establishment stage later, he would definitely not be able to go far on the path of cultivation. This was not the result Han Li wanted. Han Li joined the herbal collection team with this mentality. And the one in charge of registration was unexpectedly Senior Brother Wang, which surprised Han Li greatly and made him somewhat regretful. And Senior Brother Wang was even more astonished when he saw Han Li. On one hand, he was surprised that a newcomer like Han Li would participate in the Blood Soul trial. On the other hand, he was incredulous about Han Li's rapid progress in cultivation. With Han Li's aptitude, it was indeed possible for him to achieve such advancement in a short period of time, but it still made Senior Brother Wang unable to believe it. If Han Li was someone with extraordinary talent, it wouldn't be surprising, as there were others who progressed faster than him. But Han Li's status as a pseudo-spirit root was personally tested by him. How could he cultivate so rapidly? For pseudo-spirit root individuals like Han Li, reaching the 11th level of cultivation that he had achieved was already quite remarkable. It usually required the imparting of spiritual energy by elders or frequent consumption of spiritual herbs combined with diligent cultivation to achieve such accomplishments. Yet here was Han Li with his 11th level cultivation, standing right in front of him, which was truly astonishing. Since Senior Brother Wang was so puzzled, he didn't hesitate to pull Han Li aside and test his attributes again. The result was the same as before, and there was no sign of the speculated spiritual root mutation. This made Senior Brother Wang even more puzzled. On a barren mountain on the border between Uiguo and Yuanwu Kingdom in the north of Jianzhou, dozens of men in yellow shirts stood, their clothes fluttering in the wind. They varied in age, with some elderly with white hair and wrinkles, while others were younger with smooth skin and a youthful demeanor. Despite their differences, they all stood silently in an orderly manner. At the forefront was a dignified old man, his hands behind his back as he gazed calmly at the sky, lost in thought. Behind him stood 4 men and a woman, some with solemn expressions, and among them was the senior who had introduced Han Li to the sect, wearing a serious expression. Behind the 5 figures were 2 rows of neatly lined-up disciples in yellow shirts, their expressions varying from nervousness to indifference or even a smile, concealing their true feelings. In the corner of the last row stood a young man with a dark complexion, his face lowered as he stared at his feet, seemingly timid. However, unknown to anyone, this seemingly inexperienced young man harbored a belly full of grievances. This youth was none other than Han Li, and the group of people in yellow shirts were the disciples of the Feng Valley participating in the blood-red trial. Han Li eventually joined this doomed journey, even after obtaining 2 foundation establishment pills, which he found both laughable and helpless. Over a month ago, when Han Li learned the method of taking foundation establishment pills from Wu Feng, he was greatly discouraged. It turned out that after taking the foundation establishment pill, cultivators had to seclude themselves for 3 months to fully absorb its medicinal power, or else the efficacy would greatly diminish. So whether the foundation establishment could succeed or not could only be known after several months. But waiting for such a long time was not good for Han Li. Originally, his plan after obtaining these 2 foundation establishment pills was to take them first to see if he could successfully establish his foundation, and then decide whether to participate in the trial. If he succeeded in establishing the foundation, he definitely wouldn't go to such a dangerous place as the Forbidden Area, considering the terrifying 1/4 survival rate. If taking the pills didn't work, then he would refine 3 or 4 more pills, or even more. He believed that no matter how poor his aptitude was, after taking a sufficient number of foundation establishment pills, he could still enter the foundation establishment stage. But the restriction of secluding oneself for 3 months after taking the medicine disrupted Han Li's plan, leaving him in a dilemma where he had to choose between taking the foundation establishment pills now and giving up the trip to the Forbidden Area, or temporarily putting away the pills and taking them after the blood-red trial. There would be no more ideal situation where both could be achieved. After nearly half a month of contemplation, Han Li felt that with his poor aptitude, even if he took 2 foundation establishment pills in a row, the hope of establishing a foundation was still slim, and he could not give up the blood-red trial. In fact, Han Li had also thought about waiting for the next 5 years to participate in the blood-red trial. By then, even if he failed to establish his foundation, his cultivation in the longevity art would definitely have reached a high level, and his ability to protect himself would have greatly improved. However, shortly after he had this idea, the upper echelons of Feng Valley announced a shocking event that shook the entire Uiguo cultivation world, dispelling his thoughts. The content was, the forbidden area of the blood-red trial would be temporarily closed for 60 years, and during this period, it would be jointly supervised by the 7 major sects, and no one would be allowed to enter for herb collection. Such temporary closures of the forbidden area were not uncommon. almost every 300 or 400 years, the 7 major sects would do it. Because frequent openings of the forbidden area would cause a large amount of spiritual energy to be lost, and the speed of herb production and growth would slow down. This temporary closure would reset the density of spiritual energy, allowing it to return to normal levels. But even with this measure, the herbs in the forbidden area would become increasingly scarce year by year, especially the finished herbs that met the requirements for alchemy. According to the speculation of some knowledgeable people in the 7 major sects, to truly restore the normal quantity of herbs in the forbidden area, the closure time would have to be extended to 1,000 years. Otherwise, this temporary closure would only delay the exhaustion of herbs in the forbidden area, as the production and growth of herbs was not something that could be achieved overnight. Although this reasoning combined with the actual situation in the forbidden area made it undeniable, the leaders of the 7 major sects still couldn't make this decision. The number of foundation establishment pills was closely related to the rise and fall of the 7 major sects. If there were shortages of these pills for 50 or 60 years, the 7 major sects would only suffer minor losses, but it wouldn't affect their fundamentals. However, if there were no foundation establishment pills for several hundred or even thousands of years, then not only the 7 major sects, but the entire cultivation world of Uiguo would face life and death. After all, a place where cultivators could no longer establish their foundation couldn't be called a cultivation world anymore. By then, all cultivation families and wandering cultivators would leave Uiguo and seek survival elsewhere. The 7 major sects would be no exception. Therefore, although the leaders of the 7 major sects knew that frequent openings of the forbidden area were a foolish act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, they still had to do it with a stiff upper lip. They only hoped that, before the herbs in the forbidden area were truly extinct, they could find alternative places to produce herbs. This also prompted some foundation establishment and even core formation cultivators of the major sects to go out frequently in the past few hundred years to search for other places where herbs could be produced, or to find other ways out for their sects, ensuring that their sects wouldn't decline. Hanley couldn't know all this, but when this news came out, he definitely dared not consider participating in the blood-red trial 5 years later. Even if he was slow-witted, he would understand that the forbidden area opening 5 years later would definitely be extremely dangerous, with all the elite disciples of the major sects participating to make the last big profit before the area closed. The chances of surviving would be even slimmer than it was now. In that case, he had to give up the idea of establishing his foundation in the forbidden area after 5 years. The only opportunity to take foundation establishment pills was the blood-red trial this time. So he finally made a decision, using the 2 foundation establishment pills obtained from Wu Feng to increase his odds of survival in the blood-red trial. After listening to the words of encouragement from the sect leader, Zhang Lingdao, 2 disciples walked into the hall carrying trays. One tray held a storage bag with a golden border, while the other contained a small pile of colorful intermediate-grade spirit stones. It seemed that it was time to fulfill the previous promise, which served as a morale boost before the upcoming battle. Hanley thought with a bit of malice. The distribution of intermediate-grade spirit stones was based on individual needs. So Han Li, who already had one earth attribute and one fire attribute spirit stone, chose a blue water attribute spirit stone from the tray without any contention. However, when it came time to extract spiritual tools from the storage bag, the expressions of the disciples became serious. This storage bag was different from ordinary ones. While other storage bags could be accessed by extending one's divine sense and inputting spiritual power to retrieve items, this bag prevented the exploration of divine sense by cultivators and required no input of spiritual power. Instead, one simply needed to reach in with their hand to retrieve shrunken spiritual tools. However, it was difficult to determine what exactly was being retrieved, relying solely on the sense of touch. Although all the items inside were superior-grade magical tools, defensive magical tools were obviously rarer than offensive ones. Furthermore, there was a noticeable disparity in quality and effectiveness between offensive and defensive superior-grade magical tools. Being able to obtain a suitable magical tool would increase one's chances of survival in the blood-red trial. Therefore, those who lacked magical tools, especially those disciples, were even more attentive. Han Li didn't pay much attention to this. During his last trip to the market, he had emptied the treasures of the Wanbao pavilion that had been accumulated for many years, acquiring 2 top-grade magical tools among other items. Moreover, he had obtained the King Jiao flag and several other superior-grade magical tools afterwards. Adding another superior-grade magical tool didn't excite him much. By the time Han Li approached, most of the others had already made their selections. As for what magical tools they had obtained, everyone remained silent and didn't show them to others. Han Li reached into the bag and randomly grabbed something, feeling a peculiarly shaped object in his hand. Without hesitation, he took it out of the storage bag and glanced at it secretly before immediately putting it away. At this moment, someone behind him couldn't wait any longer and hurried forward. Han Li tactfully stepped aside and returned to his original spot. Just as the selection of magical tools was finishing up, some new arrivals entered the hall. Many of them were disciples Han Li had seen when he first entered Huangfeng Valley, including Senior Uncle Wang and the contemptible old man, Senior Uncle Yi Xing. Contrary to their usual demeanor, these people all showed respectful expressions and surrounded a middle-aged man with a square face. Not a single one dared to whisper or chat casually. The man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with some gray hair, but he looked vigorous and healthy. His sharp, tiger-like eyes exuded a sense of authority, indicating his straightforward personality. After sweeping his gaze over the disciples, the man made Han Li feel as if he could see right through him, sending shivers down his spine. As soon as the sect leader saw the man enter, he hurriedly went to greet him, repeatedly addressing him as Senior Uncle Lee with a hint of flattery, astonishing the disciples. However, the other managers remained composed. Instead of showing disdain, they responded casually to Zhang Lingdao before looking at the man with envy and jealousy, as if being able to talk to him and call him senior uncle was a rare honor. Amid the bewildered gazes of those who didn't know, the sect leader introduced the man to the disciples. This senior Uncle Lee was none other than one of the senior ancestors at the Foundation establishment stage, whom Han Lee and others had heard of but never seen before, Senior Brother Lee. This trip to the Forbidden Area would be led by Senior Brother Lee, accompanied by 5 other managers, including Senior Uncle Wang. After the sect leader finished the introduction, Senior Brother Lee simply said, "Let's go," and ended his first meeting with Han Lee and the others, then left the main hall first. Han Lee and the others were left stunned, but under the urging of the other managers, they hurriedly followed. As they walked out of the main hall, the disciples gasped for breath. In the sky outside the hall, a huge silver python, more than 20 feet long, hung there. Its massive body exuded a suffocating aura, and Senior Brother Lee stood on its head, looking down at them with cold eyes. Han Lee rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. It turned out to be a rare silver python, but this one was unusually large, with an additional jet-black giant horn on its head, making it even more ferocious and terrifying. This is the strength of a Foundation establishment cultivator. He can easily subdue and control such a monster. It's unbelievable. Han Lee was impressed by the methods of this senior brother. Thinking that he would have such great power when he reached the Foundation establishment stage, Han Lee felt as if his blood was flowing backwards, and his whole body became excited. Before seeing Senior Brother Lee, Han Lee had been unclear about his path of cultivation. But after this shocking encounter, Senior Brother Lee's profound and majestic aura became the clear target of his pursuit in cultivation, strengthening his confidence in achieving enlightenment in cultivation. "Everyone, come up here and stand still. The flying speed of my silver armor horn python is much faster than your flying tools. It will only take 2 days to reach our destination." Senior Brother Lee didn't seem to notice the chaotic situation below. After patting the giant horn of the silver python, he calmly instructed. Thus, Han Lee and the others nervously stood on the back of the giant python and traveled for 2 days and nights before finally arriving at this unnamed desolate mountain. Senior Brother Lee didn't lie. The flying speed of this monster was indeed astonishingly fast, far beyond what the disciples could achieve with their flying tools, which, of course, was also related to their lack of good flying magical tools. Upon arrival, the disciples learned from the managers that this was the agreed meeting place with other immortal sects. Only when all 7 major sects gathered together would they set off to open the Forbidden Area. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter the Forbidden Area with the strength of just one sect alone. The agreed time was tomorrow morning. However, since the forbidden area was in the territory of Jianzhu, and Huangfeng Valley could be considered the host, the sect usually arrived a day in advance to wait for the other sects. Since the managers had said so, Han Li and the others naturally dispersed. They scattered around the mountain, each preparing for the impending battle in their own way. Thus, more than 20 disciples in yellow shirts either sat cross-legged, conserving their energy, or took out their magical tools and polished them incessantly. Some were lost in thought, wearing worried expressions. But there were also a few who remained calm, chatting and laughing as if they were on an outing. Han Li paid extra attention to these people. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him, and Han Li furrowed his brows. He had deliberately chosen an inconspicuous corner to sit alone to avoid attracting attention. So why was someone coming here? Junior brother Han, I come in peace. I want to discuss the matter of tomorrow's trip to the forbidden area with you. It concerns your life and death. Would you be willing to have a chat? A voice, old yet full of slickness, came from behind, causing Han Li to furrow his brows even more. Despite not seeing the person behind the voice, Han Li had already labeled him as sly and untrustworthy. He suspected that this person had nothing good in mind for him. But Han Li understood the principle of offending gentlemen rather than villains. Although he was reluctant, he reluctantly turned around to look at the old and the young man who had approached him. When Han Li saw the faces of these two individuals, he sighed inwardly. It turned out to be those two disciples with similar cultivation levels as him. One looked elderly but had a cunning glint in his eyes, while the other appeared simple and innocent, like a naive youngster. Such an unexpected pairing made Han Li wonder about their intentions. Senior brothers, is there something you need? Han Li asked, his tone cool and distant, hopping to deter them. However, the old schemer seemed unfazed by Han Li's demeanor and continued warmly. Han, junior brother, tomorrow's journey to the forbidden grounds is perilous for those of us with limited cultivation. Why don't we discuss a strategy together to ensure our safety? Han Li suspected their motives and guessed their intentions. He knew they were likely trying to recruit lower-powered cultivators to form an alliance, increasing their chances of survival in the dangerous expedition. Sorry, I'm not accustomed to acting in concert with others. I have no such intentions this time either. If senior brothers wish to form alliances, you should seek others, Han Li replied candidly. He knew he had to make it clear that he wasn't a naive newcomer to deter them from persisting further. After all, there were only a few fellow disciples here, and if this senior brother saw even a slight possibility, he would likely continue pestering Han Li. Having realized they had approached the wrong person, the old schemer displayed a disappointed expression and bid farewell somewhat reluctantly. Seeing them leave in the direction of another disciple meditating on a rock, Han Li smiled faintly and turned back to observe other fellow disciples worth noting. However, this time, he noticed junior sister Chen standing beside another ordinary-looking woman, with several young men gathering around them. Han Li couldn't help but feel displeased with those individuals. Eventually, he decided to ignore them and find an empty spot to meditate and clear his mind. Thus, the next morning, all the disciples gathered once again at the mountain top, standing in orderly rows, awaiting the arrival of disciples from other sects. They waited for several hours, but there was still no sign of anyone else, leaving Han Li cursing inwardly. He almost suspected that the disciples from other sects were deliberately delaying, intending to drain the energy of Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. What bothered Han Li even more was that, coincidentally, junior sister Chen happened to stand on his right side when they arranged themselves. Her familiar fragrance occasionally wafted into his nostrils, triggering memories of that unforgettable night. To conceal his unease, Han Li lowered his head, pretending to be awkward and uneasy. He couldn't help but criticize himself for being so weak, merely because of a beautiful woman, letting himself lose composure. Nevertheless, Han Li admired the leader at the front, Li Shizhu, who maintained a motionless posture, seemingly lost in thought or meditation. Suddenly, the surrounding disciples became restless, as if something unusual had occurred. Unable to resist, Han Li lifted his head. All the disciples around him craned their necks, gazing towards the sky in one direction. Han Li followed their gaze. In the azure sky, faint stars began to flicker and gradually enlarged. After a moment, several black dots appeared. Underneath these black dots, silver lights shimmered, seemingly carrying the black dots from the heavens. Witnessing this strange sight, the disciples grew increasingly agitated. "Quiet, what's gotten into all of you? This is Clear Void Sect's flying artifact, the Snow Rainbow Silk. Don't be astonished. Your embarrassing Yellow Maple Valley," scolded a middle-aged steward with thick limbs and a stern expression, reprimanding the disciples. His words immediately quelled the commotion, though murmurs and whispers persisted sporadically. By now, the black dots had become clear figures, cultivators clad in gray Taoist robes, most of them authentic Taoists with dust brushes in hand and Taoist hairstyles. However, there were also a few individuals dressed in ordinary attire beneath their Taoist robes, indicating their secular background. As Han Li observed them closely, the disciples from Clear Void Sect landed on the mountain, directly across from Yellow Maple Valley. The leading Taoist approached Li Shizhu with a smile and said amiably, unexpectedly, "It's Li Shizhu leading the way again. I, Monk Fianzi, offer my respects." His tone suggested familiarity. "Humph, if a stubborn old ox like you can come, why can't I?" Li Shizhu replied bluntly, hands behind his back displaying no courtesy. "He, among our respective sects, you and I were the last to reach the foundation establishment stage. It's only natural that we handle such errands. Who else would do them?" Monk Fianzi retorted nonchalantly, swinging his dust brush with a smile on his face. "Old ox, your tricks are endless. You nearly fooled me last time. Don't think you can pull the same trick again." Li Shizhu's eyes flashed with cold light, seemingly about to get angry. However, he quickly remembered something and suppressed his aura, speaking begrudgingly, I refined a piece of iron essence for your Qing Jun sword, enhancing its power. It took me a decade of hard work to produce it, and you still got a bargain." His words were filled with bitterness, evidently lamenting the loss of the so-called iron essence. "Haha, so the renowned Li Zianji is so concerned about a mere piece of iron essence. Very well, I brought something else this time that surpasses that iron essence. As long as I win this bet, it can compensate for your previous loss," Monk Fianzi said with a smile, stroking his beard. "I won't gamble. Absolutely not. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice?" Li Shizhu shook his head vigorously, resolutely refusing. Not gambling. Li Shizhu's standards have suddenly become so high that even the inner core of a bloodline dragon doesn't meet your standards. The Taoist feigned shock and disbelief. But no matter how Han Li looked at it, it all seemed very false. Bloodline dragon inner core. Li Shizhu, who had originally intended to sever ties with the Taoist, suddenly had a drastic change in expression upon hearing those words, his voice trembling slightly. "Indeed, I heard that Li Shizhu once spent over 30 years in the dangerous Panlong River of the Yuanwu Kingdom for this item, but unfortunately left with regret. So this time, I spent a large sum of money to specially acquire it for Shizhu," the Taoist said leisurely, appearing confident as if he had the upper hand. "Impossible. It's not easy to catch a bloodline dragon, let alone preserve its inner core. Are you making this up to play tricks on me?" Li Shizhu snapped out of his excitement, showing a hint of suspicion. "I am a Taoist and do not tell lies. Shizhu can see for yourself." The Taoist didn't want to waste any more words explaining and casually produced a white ball covered in blood streaks, presenting it to Li Shizhu, who eagerly reached for it. "If Shizhu's silver armor python consumes this pill and cultivates in seclusion for 10 to 20 years, it's highly likely to advance from the middle foundation establishment stage to the late stage. And with another 100 years of hard cultivation, entering the core formation stage wouldn't be impossible." The Taoist's words were full of temptation. Li Shizhu snorted, maintaining a stern expression that seemed unaffected, but his fluctuating eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. With such a rare wager, Shizhu hesitates for so long. Does this mean you have little confidence in the strength of your valley's disciples? The Taoist smirked, employing psychological tactics. Our Yellow Maple Valley disciples don't need your clear void sect to evaluate them. Li Shizhu's expression soured. He then glanced at the people behind the Taoist and immediately gained a rough understanding of the strength of Clear Void Sect's disciples. They were probably similar in strength to Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. "All right, I'll gamble, but what treasure of mine are you eyeing?" After some consideration, Li Shizhu felt that the odds of winning this bet were 50-50. Combined with his extreme desire for the inner core, he finally nodded in agreement, but out of caution, he casually asked, I'm not interested in any of Shizhu's other treasures. I just hope that after winning this bet, Shizhu will refine 2 pieces of iron essence of the same size for me in the next 20 years. Shiju's proficiency in fire refining is renowned among the 7 sects, so this should be a trivial matter. The Taoist smiled, but his words carried a hint of cunning. 2 more pieces of iron essence. Li Shiju's face turned ugly, almost jumping up immediately. Old ox, are you planning to make me your laborer? How could that be? As long as you win, you won't have to do that. This is the inner core of a 5th-grade demonic beast, equivalent to the early core formation stage for us cultivators. It's definitely worth the price. The Taoist shook his head and said. Li Shiju's expression was uncertain. After a while, he reluctantly reached out a hand and asked coldly, "Are we going by the same rules as last time? First, we'll see who gathers the most spiritual herbs, then we'll judge their quality, and finally, we'll see who has the most survivors coming out of the forbidden grounds." Of course, everything remains the same. The Taoist was delighted and eagerly extended his hand to make the agreement official. A crisp sound rang out. The Taoist did indeed touch a hand, but there was no hint of joy on his face. Instead, he began to cry. He hadn't touched Li Shiju's outstretched hand. Instead, he had struck an empty, dirty hand that suddenly appeared between them. It was covered in grease and grime, indicating it hadn't been washed in who knows how long. The disciples who had been paying attention to the conversation between the 2 sect leaders were stunned by this eerie scene. Senior, both Li Shiju and the Taoist turned pale, shouting in unison. What senior? I dare not accept such a title. I am just like you at the core formation stage, just a few years ahead. A lazy voice sounded between the 2, and a strangely dressed figure gradually appeared. This person was wearing a blue shirt with several patches, had short hair of a few inches long, and a white cloth bag around his waist, seemingly a lover of cleanliness. But his face was covered in grease, making it impossible to see his true appearance. A few years, it's more like hundreds of years. After seeing the person's face clearly, Li Shiju and the Taoist couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing who it was. But they dared not show the slightest disrespect. This strange individual not only had a terrifyingly advanced age, but also had 1 foot already in the nascent soul stage. His unique invisible escape technique was renowned in the cultivation world, and even the nearby country's sects had heard of it. Perhaps because he was nearing the end of his lifespan, but still hadn't fully entered the nascent soul stage, his temperament had become increasingly eccentric over the past 100 years. He enjoyed teasing cultivators at the core formation stage, causing them much embarrassment. Among the senior cultivators of the 7 sects, he had become a complete bully and scoundrel. Basically, whoever encountered him hoped for the best, fearing his mood might sour and bring trouble upon them. With the sudden arrival of this senior, Li Shiju and the Taoist couldn't help but feel shocked and uneasy. They had both suffered from his antics before. Since it's a bet, it's too lonely with just the 2 of you. Even this old codger will join in. This senior seemed to be in a good mood, but his words made the 2 of them feel extremely uncomfortable. Speaking of this invisible needle, the two Taoists are well aware of its reputation. This treasure is made from the essence of the 5 elements, and it integrates the unique invisible escape method of this person. It can come and go without a trace, causing harm in an invisible manner, which is extremely powerful. It is said that even a cultivator in the yuanying stage would be greatly troubled by it. This is one of the reliance that this old man can act arrogantly. Even if only the talisman of the invisible needle is obtained, due to its miraculous invisible effect, it is still a life-saving treasure. At the very least, cultivators in the foundation establishment stage cannot deal with such a magical item. All right, I'll go along with Senior Qiang's words and place my bet. After a brief consideration, the Taoist felt that there was nothing wrong and agreed. And Li Shizhu, thinking of the huge benefits of winning the bet, gritted his teeth and also agreed. A snap. A snap. The 3 of them exchanged blows and officially made the bet. Senior, why did you come here? Is it you who led the team from the concealed moon sect? As the 3 were about to disperse, the Taoist suddenly thought of something and asked, "If I lead the team, will they rest assured? This time the leader of our sect is a girl named Nai Chang. I just came to take a look. Let's see if there are any powerful newcomers from various factions." Senior Qiang glanced at him, not in a good mood. "Take a look. Is it very ordinary now? I estimate that if there are disciples with better talent, your nephews won't be willing to let them out. They must be cherished like treasures. But think about it. Without experiencing several major events, even if the talent is better, when encountering those evil demons, they will definitely be slaughtered like lambs." This old man seemed to have many complaints about the practices of various factions, with an expression that seemed to say you are all wrong. Li Shizhu and the Taoist did not show any strangeness on their faces, but they were secretly contemptuous. How could this old monster speak so lightly? It's not easy for our various sects to accept a disciple with better talent. Sending them to participate in such almost certain death trials, are we idiots? Moreover, why come to this blood-red forbidden land for such a big event? Of course, these words could only be kept in their stomachs. Otherwise, wouldn't it be looking for trouble? The 2 Taoists were very tactful. Of course, this also once again verified the simple truth in the cultivation world. Whoever has the bigger fist is the truth. The disciples of the 2 factions, knowing that the 3 of them had made a bet on their life and death journey, were all aware of it. They couldn't help but be in a state of turmoil, with different expressions on their faces, looking extremely strange. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to directly accuse the 3 of them. Even if someone did, they could only dare to be angry but not speak out. Otherwise, as long as the other party moved a little finger, it would mean the end for these novice cultivators. Li Shizhu saw the 2 people leave, turned around and swept past the faces of the disciples of the Yellow Maple Valley, then said coldly, shocking Han Li and others with a sentence. "I know that you feel that it is disrespectful for us to bet on your life and death journey. If it were someone else, they might find many excuses to console themselves. But I, Li, have always disdained this. Let me tell you plainly, the true face and cruelty of the cultivation world are also some advice from me. You listen carefully. In the cultivation world, whether it is a righteous sect or an evil demon sect, they all pursue going against the heavens and survival of the fittest. However, while the righteous sect emphasizes gradual progress and steady advancement, and their techniques are relatively mild, they often use the banner of eliminating demons and defending the way to do some despicable deeds, mostly hypocrites and pseudo-gentlemen. While the evil sects strive for rapid progress in their cultivation techniques, blindly pursuing powerful techniques, and their cultivation process is too vicious and ruthless, with a tendency to seek opportunistic advantages. Although they claim to act as they please and show their true nature, as their cultivation techniques advance, they will gradually become more extreme and lose their human nature, and even become extremely bloodthirsty and cruel. However, regardless of what the righteous and evil sides and other sects of cultivation say, in fact, what they execute is the law of the jungle. We cultivators are not like ordinary people in the world. Cultivators with higher cultivation levels regard low-level cultivators as ants. It is common for them to kill with a single blow if they don't agree with each other. This is a common occurrence. At this point, Li Shizhu paused, and his tone seemed to be disdainful of both the so-called righteous and evil factions. This attitude made the disciples present somewhat confused. One of the bolder disciples couldn't help but ask, "Master, is our Yellow Maple Valley a righteous sect or an evil sect?" "Ha ha, neither righteous nor evil, just like the other 6 sects of the UA country," he sneered, saying, "You are young and have entered the sect for a short time, so you have not been told about the origin of the cultivation world in the UA country. Thousands of years ago, our UA country was just like other places, with a confrontation between righteousness and evil, and at that time, the 7 major sects were just insignificant small sects. In order to survive, they had to act as a hedge between the righteous and evil factions. Whichever side had greater strength, these small sects like us would lean toward that side. They were completely looked down upon by the major righteous and evil sects of that time. But later, there was a fierce battle between the righteous and evil factions. All their masters came out, and after this battle, both sides were greatly weakened. They were no longer able to suppress small sects like our Yellow Maple Valley, and after a period of time, we even joined hands with the other 6 sects to uproot both sides completely, wiping out their Taoist traditions to prevent them from rising again. Now, many of the cultivation techniques you have learned are actually spoils of war left by both the righteous and evil factions at that time. This also laid the foundation for our 7 major sects to dominate the UA country. Once again, if there are any righteous or evil sects that want to invade this place, our 7 sects will immediately join forces to drive them away and not give them a foothold. Therefore, the cultivation techniques we 7 sects teach belong to both righteous and evil, and some are unique. In terms of factions, we belong to the neutral sects. As Li Shizhu spoke, a self-satisfied expression appeared on his face. You guys have been practicing hard in the valley before, And even if you have gone out of the valley gate, you have just wandered around in this small place in UA country. You have never really touched the true cultivation world, let alone seen the dark and bloody side of the cultivation world. But in fact, in those places, the righteous and evil factions, as well as the Buddhist, Taoist, Confucian, demon, and monster 5 major cultivation factions, all coexist, and the level of chaos far exceeds your imagination. Things like killing for treasures and exterminating clans and families are commonplace, and in most places, it is the evil side that has the upper hand. They kill to establish dominance, extremely bloody. At this point, his expression became solemn, appearing very serious, but then his expression slightly relaxed, and he said coldly again, "All right, I've given you a slight awakening like this to prevent you from becoming too arrogant. Remember, in the cultivation world, if your strength is inferior to others, don't talk nonsense about being respected. The so-called respect can only exist between cultivators of similar strength. Otherwise, it's just seeking death. Hee, how many of you who survive will truly comprehend these words in a few days?" Han Li and the others had long been stunned, shocked by everything they heard. All of this was extremely unexpected for the disciples. Now let's talk about the bet. You should have heard that this bet is very important to Li. If we win the bet, I will not treat you unfairly. The disciples who help me win this time will all be generously rewarded, and the one who contributes the most may even be accepted as my disciple after reaching the foundation establishment stage. The disciples of the Yellow Maple Valley had not yet fully digested and accepted the advice they had received, and they were immediately stimulated by the subsequent super promise. They became excited one by one, eager to try. The opportunity to be accepted as a disciple by a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage was an extremely rare opportunity. Throughout the history of the Yellow Maple Valley, only a dozen or so people had such good luck. This was definitely a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Seeing the excitement of the crowd in front of him, and being excited one by one, Li Shizhu smiled slightly, very satisfied. As long as he could win the bet, even if he accepted 3 or 4 more named disciples, it would be a trivial matter. At most, he would find a place to settle them down casually and pass on some superficial cultivation techniques. That would be easy to handle. Han Li was quite tempted after hearing this. He knew very well that having a knowledgeable master to guide him on the path of cultivation could greatly reduce the detours and be very beneficial to his cultivation. However, Li Shizhu was not easily fooled. He had quite a few secrets, and if he spent too much time with him, he might discover something inappropriate. If questioned, he would definitely be walking into a trap. Moreover, judging from the sincere advice he gave earlier, this person was definitely not someone who would talk about the bond between master and disciple. Most likely, he would use this opportunity between master and disciple to take advantage and eliminate any potential threats. After some consideration, Han Li decided to keep a low profile. The other disciples of Yellow Maple Valley didn't have these burdens. They were all eager and spirited. Now, they were not just fighting for survival, but also staking their future. Hanley subconsciously glanced at senior sister Chen and saw her cheeks flushed, fists clenched tightly, with a determined look in her eyes. Sighing inwardly, Hanley stopped paying attention to the others from Yellow Maple Valley and turned his gaze towards Kingsu Gate. A Taoist was passionately addressing the disciples under the gate, occasionally showing excited expressions, eliciting cheers from the young Taoists, all of them looking spirited. However, some older Taoists remained calm and unaffected. Hanley found it interesting and was absorbed in watching, when suddenly someone shouted, "Look, people from the concealed moon sect are here. That's the heavenly moon divine ship." Hanley was startled and looked up at the sky. A white dot appeared on the horizon and gradually approached. Its speed was extremely fast, and soon it arrived above the barren mountain. It turned out to be a huge green jade ship, with golden dragons and phoenixes depicted on its outer wall, extremely luxurious. There was also a huge white light shield enveloping the ship. On the ship stood a large group of men and women dressed in white, led by a charming woman. Every move she made was captivating, extremely enchanting. When the ship landed and the light shield was removed, she slightly opened her lips and said, "Senior Qiang, Senior Lei, greetings from Naichang." Li Shizhu and the Taoist hurriedly returned the greeting. But Senior Qiang grinned, suddenly blurred his figure, and disappeared into the air, leaving behind only a sentence and a triumphant laughter. "In 7 days, I will come here again and have the bet ready in advance. This time I will win for sure." The Taoist and Li Shizhu looked at each other, puzzled by the old man's confidence. They had just assessed the disciples of the concealed moon sect, and although they were stronger than the disciples of their two sects, they couldn't be so boastful. The charming woman curiously asked a few questions. When she heard about the bet, she couldn't help but smile, her laughter trembling, captivating. The charm of this woman made many young male disciples of the three factions stare blankly, almost drooling. But Li Shizhu and the others were completely focused, feeling uneasy. Despite the beautiful sight before them, they felt a sense of impending doom. Could the disciples of the concealed moon sect really possess some trump card that could overpower both their sects? They maintained their composure, but they didn't dare to inquire about the matter from the woman. And the beautiful woman, Nai Chang Fairy, naturally pretended not to know, diverting the conversation to other topics and chatting about other interesting things. Han Li and the other male disciples of Yellow Maple Valley had already set their sights on the new group of female disciples. They had heard that the concealed moon sect advocated the practice of dual cultivation and recruited at least half of their disciples as females, and only those with outstanding appearances would be accepted. Now, seeing that it was true, these women were all charming and beautiful. It was hard for them not to be mesmerized. Han Li was relatively better off. Although he was momentarily distracted, he relied on his strong willpower to quickly calm down and focus. He noticed that the female disciples of the concealed moon sect seemed accustomed to being watched by so many people and remained calm and composed, even flirting with some of the onlookers, causing them to feel weak in the knees. However, the male disciples' reactions were completely different. They glared angrily at those who stared at them, especially those who were close to the girls they were with, as if they wanted to challenge anyone who dared to look at them. Han Li smiled faintly, understanding that these male and female disciples were most likely arranged pairs, even if they were not actually in a romantic relationship, but they were definitely training together. That was why the male disciples were so angry. They probably considered their companions to be their private property, even if the female disciples didn't necessarily think so. Han Li noticed that these male disciples were not only glaring at those from Yellow Maple Valley, but also those from Kinksu Gate. Curious, he turned to look, and indeed, those young Taoists were occasionally stealing glances at the girls, then quickly looking away, as if afraid of being caught, appearing extremely furtive. Han Li suppressed his laughter, afraid of bursting into laughter. Whether it was his illusion or not, Han Li felt that the female disciples of the concealed moon sect seemed to be more flirtatious with the young Taoists than those from Yellow Maple Valley. This left him speechless for a while. But then he thought, with a chill in his heart, that these disciples came here not to flirt, but to fight for their lives in the Forbidden Land. If the young disciples of each faction encountered the female disciples of the concealed moon sect, they might lose even before the fight began. After all, it's not easy for ordinary people to harm such charming women directly. What's even more puzzling is that all the disciples of the concealed moon sect on this trip are so young, not even one older person among them, which is really unreasonable. Han Li didn't believe for a moment that these people were all seasoned veterans. Judging from their frivolous behavior, most of them were in their 20s, not showing any signs of maturity. But this blood-red trial was known as a journey to death, and it was impossible for so many young people to actively seek death. Even if they did, they couldn't all be arranged in pairs, and their emotions couldn't be so deep that they were willing to face life and death together. Han Li simply couldn't believe it. Although not many older people with such thoughts participated in the blood-red trial, there were still 7 or 8 people from the two factions combined. But surprisingly, there was not a single person from the concealed moon sect. This was indeed a bit strange. Li Shizhu and the Taoist seemed to have noticed something wrong as well. Their faces became even more gloomy, although they were still chatting with the concealed moon sect's Naichang fairy. Their distracted expressions were evident to anyone. Soon after, disciples from the other 4 sects arrived one after another, but the most impressive ones to Han Li were the people from the Giant Sword sect and the Spirit Beast Mountain. The Giant Sword sect was all men, dressed in black, each carrying a sword as tall as a person on their backs, their expressions extremely cold and domineering. On the other hand, the disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain were dressed in colorful and eye-catching clothes, with various bags and pockets hanging from their bodies. Some of them even seemed to contain living creatures, making the disciples of other sects feel uneasy. While the leaders of various factions were discussing the steps to open the forbidden area, Han Li continued to assess the elite figures of each faction. For those experts who had reached the pinnacle of the 13th level in their cultivation, Han Li had made up his mind to evade or escape whenever possible, and if necessary, to strike from behind. He was determined not to repeat the same mistake as his battle with senior brother Lu, leaving himself with no mana left. Because he knew that this time was different from the last, facing not just one opponent but a large group of frenzied cultivators. If he didn't reserve enough strength and maintain the ability to counterattack at all times, he would surely be among the first to be eliminated. As he observed while pondering, Han Li suddenly felt like someone was staring at him. With a slight start, he couldn't help but look towards the gaze he sensed. A female disciple of the spirit beast sect was looking at Han Li with some hesitation. Recognizing her beautiful face, Han Li was surprised to realize she was familiar. Han Li was taken aback and mentally reviewed all the girls he knew, and a slender figure emerged in his mind. It's her, the girl who sold me the golden bamboo pen at the Tainan conference. How did she end up joining the spirit beast sect and participating in this bloody trial? Han Li finally recognized the girl, who appeared even more charming than before, but he felt puzzled. However, he still vividly remembered her easily blushing face from before, which had left a favorable impression on him. With that thought in mind, he couldn't help but smile at the girl. The girl seemed to notice clearly, and her cheeks flushed with a swish, just like before, showing her easy shyness. A man with sideburns stood behind the girl, seeming to notice the interaction between the girl and Han Li. His face darkened, and he suddenly reprimanded the girl with a harsh tone. The girl immediately paled, lowered her head, and dared not look towards Han Li again. The man didn't let up, using a malicious gaze to glare fiercely at Han Li, his warning clear. Han Li furrowed his brows. It seemed the girl was having a hard time in the spirit beast sect, and this man with sideburns was one of the formidable figures he had noticed earlier, with cultivation at the 13th level. The girl must have suffered quite a bit with someone like him keeping an eye on her. However, Han Li, being not from the spirit beast sect, and considering that once they entered the forbidden area, everyone would be enemies, didn't care about the man's threat. He suddenly made a face at the man, showing his indifference. This action infuriated the man with sideburns, but he had no way to deal with Han Li and could only turn to the girl and growl a few more words, provoking the nearby disciples of the spirit beast sect to cast disdainful glances at the girl. Feeling angry on behalf of the girl, Han Li couldn't hear clearly what the man with sideburns said due to the distance between them. To prevent the girl from being further aggrieved, Han Li decided not to provoke this insensitive brute any further. Otherwise, he was confident that he had enough means to make the man regret his actions. At this moment, the patriarchs of each faction finished their discussion, and returned to their respective groups. They then flew into the air with the younger disciples and headed towards the legendary Forbidden Area. The journey was short, flying in the direction of the border of the Yuanwu Kingdom, and after a few hours, they landed in front of a wide expanse of yellow earth. Besides piles of rocks, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Everywhere was a vast expanse of yellow. Is this it? Han Li, like everyone else, was greatly surprised. This place didn't seem like it could nurture celestial treasures. Several nascent soul stage experts gathered and exchanged a few words before the burly figure of the giant sword sex expert stepped forward alone. He walked a dozen steps forward before halting. Extending his left hand, a yellow light surged, and he grabbed the ground, lifting up a mud stream that condensed into a giant mud sword in his hand. With his other hand, his fingers lightly touched the hilt, and a white light followed his fingertips, turning the mud sword into a gray-white stone sword in an instant. Not stopping there, he held the sword with both hands, his body swayed, and he shouted loudly, hurling the stone sword like a meteor towards the sky in front. Then a breathtaking scene unfolded. The stone sword flew only dozens of steps before it seemed to trigger something, suddenly vibrating. A vast expanse of blue light surged out of nowhere, covering the sky and earth, turning everyone's skin blue. As everyone watched in awe, the blue light churned violently for no reason, forming countless wind blades that relentlessly swept through, creating a wall of wind blades that blocked all visibility. It extended endlessly in both directions, with a continuous howling sound. It was believed that anyone entering the wall would immediately taste the agony of being torn apart and killed, shredded by countless wind blades. This was the restriction here, truly astonishing. What kind of ancient cultivator with extraordinary abilities could set up such a vast and powerful array? Compared to the guardian formation of the Yellow Maple Valley, it was like child's play. Han Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, the expert of the giant sword sect shook his head and returned. The leaders of the other factions announced that the time was not yet ripe and instructed the disciples to rest for a while before opening the forbidden area later. Thus, every hour or so, the expert from the giant sword sect would perform the same action to test the strength of the restriction. It wasn't until the fourth stone sword was thrown out that the surge of blue light and the formation of wind blades significantly decreased. Seeing this, the 6 other nascent soul stage cultivators simultaneously flew out and stood side by side. Elder Li stretched out his hand, and a ruler-shaped object slowly emerged from his palm, emitting a silver light that shot out. The Taoist slapped the back of his head, opened his mouth, and sprayed out a foot-long green light that extended into a several-foot-long flying sword against the wind. The 5 others also flew out dazzling items: a pink ribbon, a dragon-shaped cane, a black giant sword, a red-glazed long knife, and a shimmering yellow seal. The 7 people, along with their respective treasures, formed a circle, directly charging towards the wall of wind blades. With a rumbling sound, the 7 treasures clashed with the wind blades. Various colored lights splattered and shot out, occasionally emitting strange howls, making the onlookers nervous. Elder Lee's ruler spun incessantly, its silver light fluctuating, smashing countless wind blades. The green flying sword transformed into a dragon several zhang long, each strike accompanied by a strange cry, terrifying the hearts and souls of the onlookers. The other 5 treasures also displayed their extraordinary abilities, especially the yellow seal of the expert from the Tiank Pavilion with the most majestic momentum. Every time it struck down, it swelled like a small mountain, accompanied by thunderous sounds, but when it flew back, it seemed a bit clumsy and slow. Although the power of the 7 treasures was astonishing, compared to the weakened wind blade formation, they were still struggling. With each step forward into the wall of wind, it took considerable effort, and after a short while, sweat appeared on their foreheads. After 3 or 4 hours of fierce battle, the 7 were sweating profusely, but their treasures finally gained the upper hand. They broke through the wall of wind blades and created a circular passage nearly a zhang high. Inside the passage was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. "Quick, let's go in. We can't hold on much longer," the Taoist shouted first, as he had the shallowest cultivation among the 7 and was sweating the most. Hearing this, the disciples of the 7 factions didn't dare to delay. They all flew in batches into the passage. At this moment, everyone fell silent, their expressions grim. Everyone knew that once they entered the forbidden area, they immediately became deadly enemies. Even fellow disciples from the same sect would become untrustworthy. Han Li was in the middle of the queue, with disciples of the giant sword sect in front of him, and those of the knife transformation pavilion behind him. The passage was not long, only 20 zhang in distance, and in a flash, Han Li felt dizzy, his vision blurred, and then everything went black as he disappeared from the exit without a trace. The gray-black, decaying ground, muddy water pits bubbling ceaselessly, twisted and distorted trees, nameless blood-red grass underfoot, and the pungent, strange smell permeating the air. All of this was what Han Li perceived when he first regained consciousness. Without bothering to question this strange environment, Han Li cautiously scanned his surroundings, looking for any signs of others. After all, the greatest danger came from fellow disciples who entered the forbidden area together. It seemed he was quite lucky. Apart from himself, there was no one else within several dozen zhang nearby, which relieved him. However, he didn't relax his guard. Instead, he held a talisman in one hand and took out the set of golden silkworm mother blades with the other as a precautionary measure. Only then did Han Li calm down and carefully observe the peculiar place he found himself in. Han Li wasn't surprised to suddenly find himself in an unfamiliar place. Before the trip to the forbidden area, the supervisors had provided detailed information about the forbidden area to the disciples. In the information, It was mentioned that anyone stepping into the forbidden area would be instantly teleported to various corners of the forbidden area by a certain teleportation formation still in effect inside. Where one ended up depended on luck. It was possible to be transported to the core area, where there were plenty of spirit herbs to collect, or to face several demonic beasts immediately, requiring a bloody battle to survive. And for the unluckiest individuals, they might end up in a deadly location and perish immediately, although such cases were rare. The most common occurrence was like Han Lee's situation, being transported to a corner of the forbidden area and having to explore on one's own. The reason for these occurrences, according to the speculations of senior experts, was that the method they used to break into the forbidden area was not the correct way, thus triggering some minor restrictions and causing accidents. As Han Li cautiously wandered around the vicinity, he compared the scenery with the information he remembered from the data. Finally, he found some very useful information accumulated by previous disciples who had left the forbidden area, which could be quite valuable to newcomers like him. The Black Dragon Pool is located in the northeast corner of the forbidden area, with a deep pool covering an area of dozens of zhang at its center. Within a radius of several miles, there are many plants such as bone-rot flowers and serpentwood trees, which can be used to make poisons, but their value is not significant. At the center of the Black Dragon Pool, near the water's edge, every dozen years or so, some cold smoke grass will randomly appear. This is an extremely versatile kind of rare grass. If possible, it is advisable to collect it and exchange it within the sect for certain rewards. However, it is worth noting that lurking in the depths of the pool is a group of Grade 1 lower-tier demonic beasts called frost toads. However, they have gentle temperaments and won't pose any danger as long as they are not provoked. After recalling the information several times, Han Li had a plan in mind. Generally, the closer one got to the center of the forbidden area, the more rare spirit herbs and powerful guardian demonic beasts there would be. Although the Black Dragon Pool was situated slightly towards the outer edge, it was not on the outermost layer. If he hurried, he could reach the central area within a day. Thinking of this, Han Li decided not to use any magical tools. Instead, he jumped onto a densely leaved tree branch, looked around, confirmed the direction, and then jumped down from the tree. The pool was to the south of Han Li, right on the way to the center of the forbidden area, so he decided to take a look on his way. Han Li cast a concealment spell on himself and then walked lightly along the path, proceeding cautiously. Perhaps Han Li was overly nervous, but after walking several miles, nothing unexpected happened. It seemed he was the only one in the Black Dragon Pool area. When he heard the sound of water flowing, Han Li relaxed slightly. After parting some curved branches blocking the way, a deep green pool appeared. Even before he approached, a chilling coldness emanated from the pool, causing Han Li to shiver. So this was the Black Dragon Pool, Han Li observed curiously. The pool was not large, surrounded by a large number of serpentwood trees, but wisps of visible cold air rose from the surface of the water. Even at the edge of the pool, there was a layer of frost, indicating the extreme coldness of the water. Hanley paid no mind to this. What concerned him was a low-lying area by the pool where dozens of fluffy white grasses grew. Each stalk had 5 leaves, was pure white all over, and emitted a faint white mist, as if shrouded in smoke, giving them a somewhat spiritual appearance. Yes, this is indeed cold smoke grass, exactly as described in the information. Hanley murmured softly, feeling somewhat pleased. Although this grass had no direct relation to his Foundation establishment pill, the fact that he could easily obtain it from the start was a good sign. Hanley habitually glanced around before intending to walk over, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. He bent his body and took a few steps back, hiding behind the branches again, then looked expressionlessly at the dense forest on the left. Not long after, a figure flashed, and a man in blue cautiously walked out. From his attire, he seemed to be from the Heaven's Peak Fortress. This man was extremely cautious, constantly looking around and preparing for an attack, as evidenced by the tightly clenched fist, indicating his readiness to defend against an ambush. His direction of action was towards the clump of cold smoke grass. Hanley sighed. It seemed he would return empty-handed. The other party was so cautious that a surprise attack was out of the question. Hanley had no intention of engaging in a direct battle with this person for a few inconsequential items. It simply wasn't worth the risk. "Come out, I see you. Stop hiding." Not far from where the cold smoke grass grew, the man in blue suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted. Hanley was startled, thinking he had inadvertently revealed himself and been noticed. However, he couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the man in blue, who, despite shouting loudly, kept his eyes darting around, not once looking towards Hanley's hiding place. It was all just a bluff. Hanley felt both amused and exasperated as he watched the man in blue shouting for quite some time before truly letting go and starting to gather the cold smoke grass. The man's overconfident behavior made Hanley hesitate. He wondered if he should take advantage of the man's carelessness and launch a surprise attack from behind. Before he could make up his mind, the man in blue quickly collected 3 or 4 stalks of the white grass. It seemed that he also understood the principle that one shouldn't delay unnecessarily, as he was about to sweep away all the grass in an instant. Hanley shook his head inwardly and decided to leave. His main goal was still the 3 main ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill. Before obtaining them, maintaining his strength as much as possible was the best course of action. With that in mind, Hanley quietly withdrew. When he had moved, about a dozen zhang away, he felt relieved and was about to run away to avoid being followed after the man finished gathering the herbs. But before he could make a move, a scream came from the direction of the pool, and from the sound of it, it was the dying scream of the man in blue. Hanley shuddered and hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and quietly circling back. He needed to figure out what was going on to avoid falling into the same fate. When Han Li stealthily returned to the vicinity of the pool, two fierce-looking men had appeared at the edge of the pool. Judging from their flashy attire, they were from the Spirit Beast Mountain. At this moment, they were enthusiastically rummaging through the storage bags of the Heaven's Peak Fortress Disciple, with a dozen or so large blue toads nearby. The man in blue had several large holes all over his body and was already beyond saving. Brother Yu, this idea is brilliant. Instead of directly confronting this idiot when we found him, we rushed to hide in the Black Dragon pool and sprinkled some beast-repelling powder in the water. These frost toads here would obediently listen to us for the time being. Ha ha! I didn't expect that just making a little noise would distract him completely. Then, the demonic beasts attacked him from behind with a sudden ambush, and a bunch of ice cones sprayed out. This fool immediately perished. I bet he never thought he would die at the hands of a group of low-level demonic beasts. But this guy was quite wealthy. Brother Yu, why don't we wait here in hiding and let the others take the bait? These cold smoke grasses will serve as bait. After dividing the spoils, the younger man, who was more greedy, kicked the corpse of the Heaven's Peak Fortress Disciple and said with some greed, "HMPH, they think too highly of themselves. They don't even bother to think. For us brothers to be able to teleport together this time, we've already had great luck. At least our chances of survival are much better than others. It's just lucky if we manage to kill this person. Do they really think they're so capable, trying to play such a foolish trick of waiting for the rabbit to die? Aren't they afraid of encountering a formidable opponent who might crush us and send us straight to the gates of death? Moreover, how could anyone come to such a ghostly place? It's better to head to the central area early and fish in troubled waters. That's the best strategy." The older of the two Spirit Beast Mountain disciples was obviously much stronger and more cunning than the younger one. He lectured his companion while vigilantly scanning the surrounding dense forest. Seeing this, Han Li became even more cautious, pushing his concealment technique to the limit, completely concealing his breath without revealing a trace. As for the foolish idea of facing the two of them alone, Han Li had never considered it, nor would he be foolish enough to do so. These two men, one at the 12th level initial stage of cultivation, and the other at the 12th level advanced stage, would surely overpower him if they joined forces. Han Li didn't possess the ability to contend against dozens of opponents at once. Therefore, Han Li could only watch helplessly as the two men plucked the last few cold smoke grasses by the edge of the pool, then burned the body of the Heaven's Peak Fortress Disciple to ashes. Finally, the two of them put the frost toads into a red pouch and disappeared into the dense forest on the other side. After the two men left, Han Li didn't immediately get up. Instead, he waited for some time before shaking off the fallen leaves from his body, straightening up, and pondering the direction the two men had disappeared in. It seemed that many others shared his thoughts. This was not surprising, since those who dared to participate in the blood trial were all thinking about obtaining the spiritual treasures in the central area. Clashes were inevitable. After all, the number of spiritual treasures generated and matured each time was very limited, far from enough to be distributed to everyone. With a gloomy expression, Han Li stood still for a while before bitter thoughts arose. To witness someone as cautious and meticulous as the man in blue disappearing from the world, without a trace, made Han Li doubt his chances of success even more. He couldn't help but wonder if this trip to the forbidden area was right or wrong. Perhaps, simply by taking those 2 foundation establishment pills, he could successfully establish his foundation without the need to risk such dangers. Feeling disheartened, Han Li thought bitterly. The confidence he had in achieving his goal wavered significantly when the shadow of death truly loomed over his head, causing him to feel anxious and troubled. Several hours later, Han Li left the area. Judging by his direction, he was still heading towards the center of the forbidden area. After some contemplation, Han Li's rationality prevailed. He knew that the cautious thoughts he had just now were just excuses for his own cowardice. So, he forced himself to regain his composure and set off once again. Han Li didn't follow directly behind the 2 men from Spirit Beast Mountain, but took a detour. Although their route was the closest and fastest, Han Li was not worried about them detecting him with their own abilities. Instead, he was wary of the peculiar methods of beast control used by Spirit Beast Mountain disciples. He didn't know if they had any special means to detect him through other means, so it was best to keep a safe distance. After all, he remembered how he once used a young cloudwing bird to track and monitor certain specific individuals from a long distance. He speculated that the beast control methods of Spirit Beast Mountain disciples were likely even more concealed and mysterious, as they were cultivators, and their methods were beyond those of ordinary people. Thinking of the cloudwing bird, Han Li felt some regret. When he entered the Huangfeng Valley, in order not to attract attention, he released the cloudwing bird into the Taiyu mountain range to let it roam freely. At first, the bird would often come back to find its master, asking for some of its favorite yellow chestnut pills. But as time went on, its visits became less frequent. When Han Li realized his mistake, the bird had already completely flown away. This left Han Li extremely heartbroken, as the bird could have been very useful in this trip to the forbidden area. Han Li had no idea that this decision to take a detour had actually saved him from disaster. After leaving the Wulong Pool together, the 2 men from Spirit Beast Mountain each released large numbers of colorful butterflies from some pocket or another. As soon as these gorgeous insects flew out, they scattered in all directions, gradually blending their colors with the surrounding scenery, making it difficult to detect them unless one looked closely. Moreover, even if some observant individuals noticed the butterflies, they would probably assume they were natural creatures native to the forbidden area and not raise any suspicions. In this way, these colored butterflies became natural sentinels for the 2 men. As soon as anyone approached their alert range, the 2 men would immediately be informed and could prepare countermeasures in advance. This living alert network composed of numerous insects was truly flawless in its ability to raise alarms, and it was a specialty of spirit beast mountain disciples. Even if disciples from other sects were aware of this beforehand, they would still be powerless against these insects and could not sneak attack past them. In fact, Han Li had a stroke of luck while at the Wulong Pool. The two men from Spirit Beast Mountain had not released the colored butterflies at the water's edge. Instead, they started after they left. Otherwise, Han Li wouldn't have been able to evade their search. This wasn't due to the two men's negligence or forgetfulness, but rather because these butterflies naturally feared the cold. With the extremely cold temperature of the Wulong Pool, they wouldn't dare to fly out and seek death. The water of the Wulong Pool, naturally heterogeneous and extremely cold, made a large area near the pool feel like winter. In such circumstances, how could they dare to release colorful moths to seek death? Han Li was completely unaware of his narrow escape as he stood beneath a peculiar cliff, silently gazing at the two pitiful corpses at his feet. One of the corpses, dressed in a black tight-fitting suit, had a sturdy physique with large hands. A thin, deep red bloodline encircled his neck. His eyes were wide open, filled with resentment, seemingly unwilling to accept his fate. It appeared to be a disciple of the giant sword sect. The other corpse of medium build was covered in blurred flesh and blood. Most importantly, its face had been completely obliterated, with a giant sword inserted from the front of the face straight into the back of the head, pinning the entire person to the ground. Brain matter and blood flowed all over. However, its curled right hand's ring finger was wrapped in strange, transparent threads, faintly shimmering in the sunlight. Han Li carefully examined the corpse of the giant sword sect disciple for a while, before suddenly raising the tip of his foot and lightly kicking the head with the red line around its neck. As a result, the large head immediately rolled aside effortlessly. This person had long been split in two. Han Li sighed, then glanced at the other corpse, whose identity was unmistakable even without facial features. Although its face was gone, the yellow shirt it wore was identical to Han Li's. It was unclear which senior brother from Huangfeng Valley had perished. It was obvious that the two had met their demise together. Han Li raised his head, looking at the motionless cliff top. Although silent, he had already reached a conclusion in his heart, and in his mind, he imagined most of the scene from the moment the two men encountered each other and engaged in a fierce battle. From various indications, it could be inferred that the disciple of the giant sword sect was slightly stronger than Han Li's senior brother. The blurred flesh and blood on the yellow-shirted corpse, as well as the expression of resentment on the head of the black-clothed man, all indicated this. It's clear that both of them met their end together. Han Li lifted his head, gazing at the unmoving peak of the cliff. However, he had already reached a conclusion in his mind, vividly imagining the scene where the two men met and engaged in a fierce battle from the moment they encountered each other. Based on various signs, it can be inferred that the individual from the giant sword sect was likely more powerful than Han Li's fellow disciple. The blurred flesh and accumulated injuries on the yellow-shirted corpse along with the resentful expression on the head of the black-clothed individual, all indicate the nature of this incident. Now that Han Li had figured out the cause of their deaths, he could only wish this deceased senior brother, who had embarked on the road to the Yellow Springs, a safe journey and swift reincarnation, then proceeded unceremoniously to search through both of their bodies. Since they were already dead, Han Li naturally intended to take their storage pouches. He searched through them once, but found nothing. His expression turned grave, and he searched through them carefully once more, still finding nothing. A chill ran down Han Li's spine, and his heart began to race faster. There was actually a fourth person here, and that person had taken the storage pouches. Although that person had most likely already left, there was no guarantee that they weren't nearby, observing, and using these two corpses as bait to find his weaknesses. Across the cliff was a large expanse of tall grass, perfect for concealing someone's movements. Han Li happened to have his back to the grass, facing the bodies. This made him even more uneasy. Perhaps that person was hiding behind him. Han Li remained motionless, maintaining his crouched position as if he were still focused on the corpses in front of him. But in reality, he was fully alert. He quietly took out his magical tools and talismans, silently spreading his spiritual sense to try to detect any potential snipers. The result of his spiritual sense probing didn't surprise Han Li. Everything nearby seemed normal, without any abnormal spiritual fluctuations. There was nothing strange about this. If someone was indeed lurking nearby, they would surely have used concealment techniques to hide their presence, making it impossible for Han Li to detect them with his spiritual sense. Han Li's intention in using his spiritual sense was merely to unsettle any potential opponents. At the very least, it would make any imagined adversaries think twice before acting rashly. And as expected, the outcome was just as Han Li had anticipated. Either he was overly paranoid, and there was no one here besides himself, or the observer saw no opportunity to strike and continued to conceal their presence, unwilling to act. After a moment, Han Li stood up, turned towards the large expanse of tall grass, and coldly surveyed the area several times. Then, without a word, he suddenly leaped up, disappearing into the distance after a few jumps. As Han Li's figure completely vanished without a trace, the once quiet expanse of grass suddenly erupted into a rustling noise. Then, a slender figure emerged from the grass, a young girl dressed in white. The girl appeared to be young, perhaps only 15 or 16 years old, with a pure and innocent face. It was unbelievable to find such an elf-like beauty in this land of life and death. Judging by her attire, the girl should be a disciple of the Moon Concealment sect. The girl glanced in the direction Han Li had disappeared, pursed her lips, and muttered to herself with an old-fashioned tone. Bravery, intellect, not bad, but lacking in cultivation. It seems like there are even bigger problems with his aptitude. There isn't much potential to tap into. Otherwise, he could have been quite talented once he survived. However, judging by his last escape technique, It seems to be a mundane form of lightness skill, and it's not weak. Quite interesting. The girl lightly supported her pointed chin, her large eyes showing a keen interest. If Han Li had heard these words, he would have been astonished. The girl was too astute. With just a few words, she pointed out all his strengths and weaknesses more ruthlessly than he could himself, as if she understood him better than he did. "I'll let you off this time. I have more important matters to attend to. But next time we meet, little guy, it won't be so easy for you to pass." The girl wrinkled her nose playfully, forming a faint wrinkle, somewhat reluctantly. It seemed that Han Li had become a new toy for her, attracting her attention so much that she didn't want to leave just yet. In the end, the girl pouted, raised her hand, and took out a talisman. With a wave of her hand, she disappeared in a dazzling green light. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have immediately cursed the girl for being wasteful, casually squandering the rare wooden escape technique talisman from the cultivation world. This was an intermediate-level beginner talisman. You should know that once someone obtained this wooden escape talisman, it would be treasured and kept as a family heirloom, only to be used in life-threatening situations. It was the best tool for escaping danger. Han Li didn't know this and wouldn't feel distressed about it. Furthermore, he didn't know that such an influential girl had taken an interest in him. He was just grateful that he had easily escaped the predicament. Regardless of whether or not there were actually people lurking nearby, Han Li had no intention of pursuing it further. After all, the closer he got to the center, the more enemies there would be. Ambushes like this would gradually become commonplace and happen frequently. Preserving his own life and avoiding unnecessary conflicts were Han Li's current principles of action. Moreover, Han Li didn't come away empty-handed from the two corpses. Thinking of this, Han Li reached out, and a nearly transparent bundle of silk thread appeared in his hand. This was the item he had casually grabbed before leaving, the thread-shaped magical tool that had killed the disciple of the giant sword sect. Han Li infused some spiritual power into it, and the thread gradually straightened out. In the end, it became a nearly 10-yard-long straight thread. Han Li moved the thread according to his will for a while and immediately felt the wonderful use of this item. With its nearly invisible nature and extremely sharp cutting ability, Han Li was confident that when he used it to decapitate an enemy, the opponent would be at a loss. He really didn't know what this silk thread was made of, but if it were longer, wouldn't it be even more versatile? Excited, Han Li urged the silk thread to effortlessly cut through a dozen nearby trees, making him extremely pleased. It was even more useful than he had imagined. At this moment, not far away on the grassland, near the center of the forbidden area, disciples from the Knife sect and the Clear Void sect were engaged in a fierce battle. Because both sides had about 5 or 6 people, their strengths were evenly matched, making for a tough fight. This was the first large-scale battle of this blood trial, all for the sake of being the first to enter the central area and pick the spiritual herbs. If they could eliminate their opponents here, it would be even better. In the end, the Taoist disciples from the Clear Void sect prevailed. After killing most of their opponents, the two remaining disciples from the Knife sect were injured and fled, while they themselves rushed into the central area first. In the central area, various exotic flowers and fruits, as well as some powerful first-level demon beasts, guarded the heavenly treasures. They were enough to rival disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. Every time a demon beast was killed, and its medicine was taken, as long as spiritual herbs continued to grow here, these demon beasts would inexplicably reappear. Although they might not be the same species as before, it still left the experts from various sects puzzled. Could it be that these demon beasts were also spontaneously born from the essence of heaven and earth? This was very different from their previous understanding. According to their understanding, demon beasts should be beasts that had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for many years and evolved into beings with demonic power. The probability of successful evolution was not higher than that of cultivators being born among humans. Moreover, disciples from various sects could only collect spiritual herbs on the periphery of the central area. If they approached the core, they would be trapped or erased by some active restrictions and traps. Furthermore, the closer they got, the more formidable the demon beasts became, and their small fries like them couldn't drive them away. Therefore, they could only loiter around the periphery. Regardless of whether the disciples from the Clear Void sect could seize the opportunity and pick the spiritual herbs first. Hanley felt a bit bitter in his mouth. Despite his caution, he had been ambushed by others and in the worst scenario possible, outnumbered. Currently, he was in a place known as the One-Line Heaven, an extremely dangerous area where, without flying artifacts, there was only one narrow path leading to the central area. The sides of the path were steep cliffs, too perilous even for someone with Han Lee's worldly martial arts and exceptional lightness skill to attempt to climb. Flying directly over from above was even more out of the question. It would be suicide, a blatant invitation to be attacked. No one would dare attempt such foolishness, as previous tragic experiences had taught them that flying artifacts were strictly prohibited within the forbidden area. Otherwise, they would end up as corpses. Hanley hesitated for a long time before deciding not to fly over from the mountain peaks, so he could only walk along the path slowly. Of course, given the dangers here, Han Lee was extremely cautious, keeping his guard up every step of the way. However, despite his vigilance, as soon as he emerged from a crossroads, he was unexpectedly blocked from both the front and the back. Seeing the fierce expression on the stubbled man's face, Han Lee knew that there was no point in trying to talk his way out of this situation. He immediately released a defensive water shield around himself and summoned the flying shield artifact in his hand, along with the golden beetle maternal blade and a few intermediate high-grade talismans, including the earth prison technique. The stubbled man and the person behind him watched Han Lee's every move without attempting to stop him or launch an attack. They appeared confident, seemingly convinced that they had Han Li squarely under control, which is why they seemed so relaxed. This was hardly surprising. The person behind them was already at the 12th level, and the stubbled man seemed to have mastered the 13th level. Facing Han Li, who was only at the 11th level, they naturally felt confident of their superiority and considered it a trivial matter. Seeing this, Han Li smirked inwardly. Since the other party was so overconfident, he naturally had to take full advantage of it. Unobtrusively, Han Li shifted his position to one side, putting himself in a flanking position with respect to the two men, so as not to leave himself exposed. Sure enough, the two men did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Facing the strongest opponents he had encountered since entering the world of cultivation, Han Li was not particularly afraid. Although he tried to avoid direct conflicts with others as much as possible, it did not mean he lacked confidence in himself. Although his cultivation base was much weaker, his top-grade magical tools and talismans were enough to make up for the difference. And if all else failed, he could summon the thunderstorm child to eliminate one of them, which wouldn't be a difficult task. However, he was reluctant to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But Han Li also had some doubts. Why were the stubbled man and the person from the Skyrealm sect not fighting each other, but instead joining forces? It was normal for fellow disciples of the same sect to cooperate, but these two men were obviously not from the same sect. Kid, you've got some nerve. When we were outside the forbidden area, you dared to mock me and flirt with that wench. Now it's time for you to pay for it with your life, the stubbled man said ferociously. Then he turned to the person from the Skyrealm sect and said, Brother Yan, this kid has a grudge against me. Let me deal with him alone. I'll entertain him properly. I want him to know that the world of cultivation isn't so easy to get by in. Before offending someone in the future, he'd better think twice. The person from the Skyrealm sect shrugged indifferently. Do as you wish. I'll be here to assist. But don't mess up like you did last time. Otherwise, you'll owe me another favor. Haha, that was definitely an accident. Now, dealing with this rookie with half my strength will be more than enough. The stubbled man blushed at first, but then sneered contemptuously. Cough, do as you please. I just hope I don't have to hear any bad news from you one day because of this. After all, it's not easy to find someone with whom I can get along so well after so many years of drinking and eating together. The person from the Skyrealm sect shook his head, seemingly worried about the stubbled man's arrogance. But he didn't think that the opponent in front of him would pose any threat to his old friend. Besides, he was watching from the sidelines. Han Li listened to their conversation without any concealment, understanding some of the intricacies and clarifying his doubts. These two were actually friends, and they seemed to get along quite well. This complicated matters. These two must be more coordinated in their joint attacks than ordinary people who temporarily join forces. From the way they spoke, it seemed that they had cooperated more than once. Han Li couldn't help but feel frustrated. It seems I'll have to use thunderous means first, focus on dealing with one of them, and then it will be much easier to deal with the other. But this is really ridiculous. Originally, it was random teleportation for disciples from various sects, but they managed to end up together in the same place. It's unbelievable, Hanley thought bitterly, feeling both doubtful and resentful at their luck. Hanley didn't know that the person from the Skyrealm sect was also feeling quite pleased with himself. Upon seeing the stubbled man approach Hanley, he couldn't help but think of the greatest contributor to being able to gather with his good friends, the blending spirit talisman. The high-grade blending spirit talisman is really useful. As long as both friends use this talisman simultaneously before entering the forbidden area, their spiritual energy will temporarily be linked together, and they will be transported to the same location. Although the success rate is said to be only 50-50, and the price is surprisingly high, much higher than ordinary intermediate high-grade talismans, they succeeded nonetheless. They have ambushed several disciples from various sects who passed through here and made a big profit. Moreover, Yan is not stupid. Spending a lot of money to take risks coming to this forbidden area is not for the few spiritual herbs that everyone is eyeing, but simply to kill people and take treasures openly and above board. There won't be any consequences. I believe that as long as the two of them work together and avoid confronting those seemingly powerful experts, they should be able to easily achieve their goal. Then, when the time is right, they will retreat to a hiding place and wait until it's time to leave safely. This is really a perfect plan, something only I could come up with. The person from the Skyrealm sect indulged in his daydreams of a bright future after leaving here, completely ignoring the impending battle. At this moment, the stubbled man took out a green pouch and approached Hanley with a sinister smile, as if he were about to attack. However, whether it was the reminder from his good friend or not, he used a talisman halfway through, creating a green light shield around himself to strengthen his defense. Seeing this scene, Hanley furrowed his brows, feeling a headache coming on. Originally, he was wary of the methods of the Beastmaster Mountain, planning to take advantage of this person's carelessness to deal with him first. But now that the opponent had cast a defensive spell, it wouldn't be so easy to do it in a short time. Of course, if he summoned the thunderstorm child, no matter how many tricks the opponent had, it would be useless. But that was a consumable item. Hanley didn't plan to use it unless it was a matter of life and death. Since this person was not an option, Hanley naturally turned his attention to the disciple of the Skyrealm sect on the other side. Seeing that the man was standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, apparently lost in thought and completely unaware of what was happening here, Hanley felt a surge of joy, knowing that there was an opportunity to exploit. Without hesitation, he flung the Earth Prison Technique talisman in his hand directly at the stubbled man. As a result, the talisman turned into a yellow light in midair and shot towards the man, forming a larger yellow shield outside the stubbled man's defensive spell, trapping him firmly inside, unable to move forward in the slightest. When the stubbled man saw Hanley approaching with a talisman, he wasn't worried. The wooden attribute shield on him was incredibly strong, and he didn't take ordinary attacks seriously. Moreover, he didn't believe that a rookie with only an 11th level cultivation technique would have any powerful talismans. At most, it would be a low-grade intermediate talisman. So he continued forward nonchalantly, opening the mouth of his bag as if he were about to release something. But when he was unexpectedly trapped in a yellow light shield and recognized the earth prison technique, the stubbled man's expression changed slightly, feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, a green snake with purple flesh wings burst out of his pocket. As soon as the snake appeared, it began to make strange cries and repeatedly collided with the yellow light shield, shaking it violently with considerable force. Seeing this, the stubbled man felt a slight joy and took out another bag to release another spirit beast to help break the earth prison. He believed that he would soon break free. When that happened, he would extract revenge on Han Li bone by bone to vent his anger. Han Li completely ignored the trapped enemy and dashed towards the person from the Skyrealm sect. His speed was so fast that he seemed to appear and disappear along the way, leaving behind a series of phantoms, appearing extremely elusive. At the same time, he lightly tapped the storage pouch at his waist, and the original golden cicada mother blade suddenly changed into another small artifact, tightly gripped in his hand. Finally awakening from his dream, the person from the Skyrealm sect saw the bizarre scene and retreated hastily, producing a talisman in his hand. Han Li was still about 8 or 9 zhang away from him, giving him enough time to activate the talisman. However, before he could use his spiritual power to activate the talisman, he was surprised to see Han Li rush towards him with a mysterious smile. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand towards him, it seemed like a casual greeting. At the same time, he felt a slight itch on his neck, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. Before the person from the Skyrealm sect could understand the meaning behind Han Li's actions, he felt dizzy, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. Brother Yan. Standing on the other side, the stubbled man widened his eyes in shock, witnessing everything clearly. He couldn't help but shout out. He saw Han Li, who had rushed to a few zhang away from his good friend, casually wave his hand, causing his longtime companion's head to tilt and roll to the ground, decapitated. The headless body staggered backward before collapsing, spurting blood several feet high. The stubbled man felt a chill run down his spine and a sense of dread. The method used by the other party to kill his friend was too bizarre. How did he kill someone from a distance without using any spells? He had seen it clearly. The other party didn't use any spells at all. Kid, once I get out of here, I'll tear you apart. Although beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he felt a sense of impending doom, the stubbled man put on a fierce look to bolster his courage. In reality, he had already decided that once he broke free from the earth prison technique, he would flee immediately. Revenge could wait. Self-preservation was more important. The seemingly fierce, stubbled man turned out to be a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong, which was truly unexpected. Han Li, of course, was unaware of the other party's thoughts. He saw that the stubbled man released another beast, similar to a pangolin, which, along with the green snake, fiercely attacked the yellow light shield. Han Li also summoned a pair of iron rod-like artifacts to assist the two beasts in smashing the shield, causing it to flicker erratically. It seemed that the earth prison technique wouldn't hold for much longer. Realizing this, Han Li immediately took out the treasure talisman, the golden brick, and held it in front of him, focusing his gaze on it intently, preparing to activate it. Han Li didn't trust any ordinary artifact. After all, the opponent was a 13th level expert. He vividly remembered the difficulty of his battle with senior brother Liu, who was only at the 12th level at the time. Although he had unexpectedly killed a 12th level opponent with a sneak attack using invisible silk threads, it didn't mean that the prepared stubbled man would let him succeed so easily. Seeing Han Li's strange actions of holding the treasure talisman, the stubbled man became nervous, urging his black iron rods even more urgently. However, the yellow light shield of the earth prison technique was incredibly strong. Despite its deformation and dimness, it still maintained its integrity, almost driving the stubbled man to vomit blood. At this moment, he suddenly felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy rising from Han Li's side, causing him to pause and look up. He saw Han Li's hand emitting a dazzling golden light as a rectangular object slowly rose and floated in midair. The surging spiritual energy came from this object. A treasure talisman. The stubbled man's face changed drastically as he shouted in fear. He had recognized the origin of the golden brick. But what he didn't know was that Han Li, at this moment, was pale with terror. The floating object was desperately draining his spiritual power, relentlessly and continuously, as if it wouldn't stop until Han Li was drained dry. Cursing the Wanbao Pavilion for selling him such a thing, Han Li was in agony as he watched a third of his spiritual power being drained. However, the treasure talisman finally stopped its frantic movements when Han Li's control was regained. Without hesitation, Han Li pointed his hand, and the golden brick talisman shot out towards the stubbled man still trapped in the earth prison technique, startling him to the point where his face turned pale, and his soul almost left his body. The golden brick grew in size as it flew, quickly becoming as large as a house, surrounded by spiritual energy and radiating golden light, creating an astonishing sight. When it reached above the stubbled man's head, it descended like a small mountain, mercilessly crashing down. Bang! La! After a loud noise and the stubbled man's scream, the entire ground shook violently. Han Li was both surprised and pleased, his expression somewhat strange. Had he really taken down a 13th level expert like this? Han Li found it hard to believe. Retrieving the treasure talisman, the golden brick returned to its original form and flew back into Han Li's hand. Where the golden brick had struck, a huge crater, several dozen zhang wide and over a zhang deep, appeared. The stubbled man and his spirit beasts had turned into a pile of mud, indistinguishable from each other. He's really dead. Han Li was somewhat bewildered. It felt as if he had thrown a punch that hit nothing but air. Was it because the stubbled man was so weak, or was the golden brick too powerful? Han Li couldn't judge for a moment. However, making such a loud noise here was not wise. It was time to leave. After a moment of confusion, Han Li regained his senses. Destroying the two bodies, he took the unexpected loot of 5 or 6 storage pouches and left the area, walking out of the narrow passage. Moving forward, there should be a large forest ahead, which was also a good place for ambushes and killings. There might be another fierce battle waiting ahead. Before going in, it was better to find a place to rest, recover the lost spiritual power, and be capable of self-defense. As Han Li perched atop a dense tree at the edge of the forest, recovering his energy, the entire forbidden area experienced the first peak of slaughter during the bloody trial. Various formidable characters began to show their fangs, initiating a massive purge of the weaker individuals nearby. The closer to the central area, the more frequent and bloody the killings became. Of course, occasionally, equally powerful experts would encounter each other but tacitly ignore one another, passing by without confrontation, as it wasn't yet time for them to engage in battle. Speaking of the disciples within the forbidden area, they could generally be divided into 3 categories. The first category consisted of individuals with extremely weak strength, with only cultivation levels of 11 or even 10. Their reasons for entering the forbidden area varied. Some were forced to come due to unavoidable circumstances, while others harbored a sense of luck and intended to fish in troubled waters. Regardless of their motives, they were at the bottom of the bloody trial, playing the role of being slaughtered by others. Often, by the end of the first day in the forbidden area, aside from the few quick-witted individuals with special self-preservation methods, these weak individuals would have been mostly eliminated by others. Of course, people like Han Li, who could rely on extraordinary treasures to directly confront other ruthless characters, were exceptions. The second category consisted of individuals like the stubbled man, who possessed decent spiritual power, but knew that their overall strength was far inferior to other experts. They realized that obtaining spiritual treasures was hopeless for them. They were unwilling to fight head-on with the top experts in the forbidden area to obtain spiritual medicines. Instead, they focused their attention on the first category and similar individuals, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to kill and loot treasures, quietly amassing wealth. These individuals were more active during the first 2 days of the bloody trial. However, starting from the 3rd day, the survivors among them would automatically disappear from the forbidden area. They knew very well that the last 3 days were the days of frenzied battles among experts. If they encountered such battles during this period, these individuals of moderate strength would definitely be doomed. Of course, there were also some arrogant or misguided individuals who would recklessly plunge into the whirlpool of fighting for spiritual medicines, ending up with nothing but their corpses. However, most people were quick to seize the opportunity and withdraw early, often surviving the bloody trial. Meanwhile, many powerful individuals met their demise early on, which was quite ironic. The last category was the least numerous. They were the top of the pyramid, the most elite disciples from various sects who entered the forbidden area, truly entrusted with high hopes by the upper echelons of their sects. As for the other disciples, at most, they were just cannon fodder to divert the attention of other sects. This elite group possessed profound spiritual power and wielded incredibly powerful top-grade spiritual artifacts. Their only goal was to kill the disciples of other sects and seize enough spiritual medicines. The start of this first large-scale slaughter was a tacit agreement among them, aimed at eliminating the small fry who wanted to take advantage of the situation and prevent them from causing any hindrances or complications. Moreover, they were not anxious or panicked about someone entering the central area ahead of them. After all, entering was easy, but getting out with the spiritual medicines was another matter entirely. The slaughter continued, but Han Li remained unaffected as he was still some distance away from the central area, busy replenishing his energy. However, other weaker individuals weren't as fortunate as Han Li. Many were forced into the bloodshed, desperately trying to break free to preserve their lives. Among them was Xiao from the Hua Dao sect. Xiao, with a pale face, looked fearfully at the man opposite him, a barefooted giant wielding a silver giant sword. This man had already slain 2 other disciples of the Hua Dao sect in front of Xiao's eyes. Under the giant's silver sword, no matter the quality of their spiritual artifacts and defensive shields, they seemed as fragile as paper, easily shattered. In the end, they were even cleaved in half. However, it was precisely due to the distraction caused by the other fellow disciples that Xiao managed to seize the opportunity to escape, fleeing all the way. Unfortunately, the giant seemed unwilling to let him go and had pursued him for several hours, finally catching up to him here. This left Xiao utterly hopeless. If you choose to end your own life, I can leave your corpse intact. The giant's eyes were cold, his expression emotionless. You go to hell. Knowing his end was near, Xiao erupted with desperate determination, sacrificing his only 2 high-grade spiritual artifacts. Foolish. The giant spoke tersely, then effortlessly sent the silver giant sword flying from his back, smashing the 2 spiritual artifacts to pieces. He then swiftly cleaved Xiao into 2 halves. After completing all this, the giant didn't spare a glance at Xiao's body before turning and leaving, showing no intention of searching his storage pouch. For him, having the silver giant sword was sufficient. Other spiritual artifacts would only distract him, greatly hindering his cultivation. Similarly, near a stream in the central area, a disciple of the concealed moon sect, sweating profusely, was desperately resisting two shining red flying knives. It seemed she wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. "Senior brother from the Hua Dao sect, can't you spare me? I'm willing to serve senior brother for a night." At this critical moment, the woman finally disregarded her shame and utilized a woman's greatest asset to entice the other party. However, given the opponent's ruthlessness, the woman had no confidence in her success. "All right, put away your spiritual artifacts, and I'll agree," spoke a young man of 18 or 19, with clear eyebrows and a fair complexion, exuding the aura of a handsome young man. After speaking, the young man fixed the two flying knives in midair, then smiled at the woman. The disciple of the concealed moon sect was overjoyed and hastily threw two seductive glances at the young man. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly lowered the flying knives and retrieved them, then straightened her chest, about to say something. Unfortunately, before she could utter a word, the handsome man's face suddenly showed a murderous intent. With a sudden finger movement, the two red flying knives swiftly intersected like lightning, and the woman silently collapsed to the ground, blood flowing all around. "You wretch! With your mediocre charms, you dare try to seduce me, Han Tiania." The handsome man's face twisted with disgust, his voice suddenly becoming sharp. Then he took out a fragrant handkerchief from his waist, delicately wiped the dust off his face, and left with graceful movements, tossing the handkerchief onto the woman's face without a second glance. For him, it was time to hurry along. Perhaps he might encounter a few more people to relieve his boredom on the way. In the mountains, a disciple of the spirit beast mountain lay dead on the ground, while a middle-aged man in a yellow shirt stood nearby, shaking his head and murmuring to himself, with several extremely fierce monsters lying motionless behind him, seemingly lifeless. On a desolate mountain, a hideous-looking man in green clothes was frantically commanding a large group of giant bees, besieging several individuals dressed in Taoist robes. Thus, the events of strong slaughtering the weak within the forbidden area were happening everywhere. Although Han Li didn't witness any of this, he could faintly sense the smell of blood floating in the air. However, he didn't have time to investigate the cause. Sitting motionless on the treetop, he allowed the energy within him to gradually replenish. Time passed quickly, and more than half of the first night within the forbidden area had already elapsed. To Han Li's surprise, the night here was as bright as day, with the entire sky maintaining a gloomy gray color, making people feel somewhat uncomfortable. When his energy was almost fully restored, Han Li felt a sudden urgency in the air as hurried footsteps and heavy panting approached from afar. It seemed someone was rushing towards the tree where Han Li was meditating. Han Li's lips twitched slightly, cursing inwardly, but he reluctantly opened his eyes. Although his mana was almost fully replenished, someone was approaching, and he didn't dare to continue meditating boldly, especially without knowing the newcomer's intentions. "Which senior brother is here? Please save me." A yellow-shirted woman rushed to the tree where Han Li was sitting, panic evident in her expression as she looked up expecting to find her savior. Not far behind her, a figure in white leisurely strolled over, in stark contrast to the woman's distress, appearing quite relaxed. Seeing this, Han Li rolled his eyes, feeling displeased with the woman's foolish behavior that had brought trouble upon them. However, he wasn't surprised that she had found his hiding place. Before setting off, all disciples of the Yellow Maple Valley were blessed by the sect leader with a tracking technique, allowing them to sense the positions of their fellow disciples within a certain range. But this effect lasted only 10 days. The purpose was to enable disciples to support each other and increase their chances of victory. Hanley cast a glance at the woman, whom he recognized as a fellow disciple he had spent time with alongside Chen Jr.'s sister. Besides her alluring figure, she was quite ordinary in appearance. Coldly observing the woman's pleading expression, Han Li didn't immediately jump down from the tree. Instead, he carefully assessed the newcomer who followed closely behind her. Regardless of whether he chose to intervene or not, he wanted to gauge the newcomer's strength first. He wasn't willing to risk his life for a stranger. If the newcomer's strength was average, Han Li would easily take action and play the role of a hero saving a damsel in distress. But if the newcomer possessed formidable power, Han Li would have to decide whether to join forces with his fellow disciple below or make a swift escape. To be on the safe side, Han Li placed his hand on his storage pouch, retrieving the golden cicada mother blade and a defensive talisman, while also wrapping the nameless thread around his fingers. Tusk, what an unsightly escape. Are all female disciples of the Yellow Maple Valley this useless? After running such a long way, you specifically seek help from other men. Could it be that the one in the tree is your lover? The approaching figure gradually drew near, revealing a young woman in flowing white garments. She possessed a somewhat attractive face, but her raised eyebrows and menacing gaze belied her appearance. Though her words were directed at the yellow-shirted woman below, her eyes kept darting towards the tree, indicating that she wasn't as confident as she sounded, harboring some concerns about the hidden Han Li. 12-layered technique, Hanley thought to himself as he discerned the newcomer's strength, feeling relieved. However, he was puzzled. The yellow-shirted woman below also appeared to possess a 12-layered technique. How could she be in such a dire situation? Could the opponent have some special means or powerful artifacts? Just as Han Li pondered, the white-clad woman sneered and suddenly flicked her sleeves, sending 2 white lights flying towards the yellow-shirted woman. "Senior brother, please save me. My artifacts are all destroyed, and I can't defend myself." The yellow-shirted woman's expression turned pale as she desperately cried out. As soon as she spoke, 2 golden lights shot down from the treetop, intercepting the white lights midair. It was Han Li, using the golden cicada mother blade to block the attacks. The yellow-shirted woman's face lit up with joy as she regained her composure. Hanley decided to intervene partly because he felt that the white-clad woman wasn't too formidable, and he should be able to handle her. Additionally, He wanted to find a helper for the future, so he wouldn't be too alone in battles. After all, a fellow disciple with a 12-layered technique could be of great help in future conflicts. Finally willing to make a move. "I thought you would continue to play dumb," the white-clad woman mocked, showing no surprise on her face. However, she raised her hand, and a huge ball of fire shot towards the treetop. With a loud rumble, the upper half of the tree burst into flames, turning into ashes in an instant. However, there was still no sign of anyone appearing, leaving the white-clad woman bewildered. What a powerful fireball talisman. "Miss, you are quite generous." From behind the charred trunk, Han Li suddenly emerged, smiling wryly. 11-layered. The white-clad woman was momentarily stunned, then showed a contemptuous expression. Meanwhile, the yellow-shirted woman, who had just relaxed, immediately panicked again. She hadn't expected her savior to be a junior with weaker mana than hers. "If you had just stayed aside and watched, perhaps I would have spared you. But since you've made a move, let's fight together." The white-clad woman's eyebrows became more furrowed, her voice dripping with a sinister tone, which transformed her once beautiful face into something sinister. Han Li smiled faintly, silently commanding the golden blades to attack, while casually walking towards the woman. "Stop! What are you going to do?" the white-clad woman shouted, quickly raising a defensive spell to shield herself. At this point, Han Li was only about 20 yards away from her, much to his disappointment. Earlier, when he easily killed a disciple from the Heavenly Gateway sect using transparent threads, he became interested in such tactics. Seeing the white-clad woman not releasing a defensive spell earlier, he naturally wanted to recreate that scene. Unfortunately, the opponent was quite vigilant and realized something was amiss early on, plugging this loophole. This made Han Li sigh inwardly, realizing that women were indeed much more cautious than men. Since his trickery didn't work, he had no choice but to attack directly. Disappointed, Han Li didn't waste any words. After casting a defensive spell, he flicked the golden cicada mother blade in his hand, causing 6 identical golden blades to fly out from his storage pouch, viciously assaulting the white-clad woman. The yellow-shirted woman, seeing Han Li's formidable artifacts, regained some hope, immediately throwing out a talisman that transformed into a long fire snake and shot towards the white-clad woman. The white-clad woman sneered, gently raising a small mirror about the size of a palm. As she waved the mirror, a burst of blue light shot out, enveloping the golden blades and fire snake, immobilizing them midair, as if they were restrained by a spell. Han Li's eyes widened in shock. What kind of artifact was this? How could it be so powerful? It could actually immobilize others' artifacts and spells, making it impossible for them to descend. It was as if they were under a spell or restriction. "Junior brother, don't worry. This artifact can only immobilize one area at a time, and it can only do so for half a quarter hour before it becomes ineffective." The yellow-shirted woman, noticing Han Li's astonishment, quickly reassured him. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. But the yellow-shirted woman's next words immediately put him on edge again. However, this wicked woman is the descendant of an elder from the concealed moon sect and possesses many strange artifacts bestowed upon her. Junior brother, you should be extra careful. Hanley was speechless. The woman in white saw her artifact take effect, blocking Han Li's golden blades, and a smug expression crossed her face. I wondered why someone would be so arrogant to jump out. Turns out you're in possession of a top-tier artifact. She sneered, but didn't hesitate for a moment. She flipped her hand and revealed a pink crystal, which she then sacrificed, placing it above her head. Oh no, this crystal can corrode others' artifacts. Junior brother, stop her quickly. My artifact will be completely destroyed. The woman in yellow exclaimed, her face turning pale with alarm. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and tossed the silver hook that had just been in his hand, turning it into a silver light flying towards the woman's crystal ball. The woman in white smirked, forming a strange hand seal with her fingers, and sent a red light towards the crystal ball above her head. As a result, as soon as the crystal ball was struck by the spell, it emitted a burst of red light, automatically rotating and spraying out a pink liquid, forming a liquid cloud centered on the sphere, covering the woman's airspace with a reddish hue. Hanley hesitated for a moment, not daring to let the silver hook easily fly into the red liquid. Instead, he manipulated it to lower its head and directly charged towards the woman in white below. At the same time, he also secretly summoned another high-grade artifact, the green silk, allowing it to sneakily crawl along the ground like a spirit snake. Quick! The woman in white suddenly pointed at the crystal ball, and the liquid cloud immediately separated into a small piece, flying downwards to envelop the white light passing from below, slowing it down and revealing the original form of the silver hook. Seeing this scene, Han Li felt a sense of urgency. Without further ado, he let go of the silver hook and instead let the following green silk sneakily entangle the white-clothed woman, wrapping her and her protective shield into a large dumpling. Although the woman in white had numerous magical treasures, she was still flustered and unable to break free immediately. At this moment, Han Li decisively took out the talisman artifact golden light brick. Although he had no idea how long the green silk could trap the opponent, he could only take the risk now and hope to use the talisman artifact to kill the opponent before they broke free. The woman in yellow, although plain-looking, was somewhat clever. Even without her magical treasures and powerful talismans, she continuously used small spells like fireballs or ice spikes, continuously attacking the liquid cloud trapping the silver hook and the small mirror, hopping to rescue Han Li's artifacts and increase their chances of winning. However, these attacks were completely ineffective, like scratching an itch through one's shoes. Humph, can mere high-grade artifacts trap me? I'll soon show you your folly. Although trapped by the green silk, the woman in white was still extremely arrogant. Han Li couldn't be bothered to respond to the woman's words. He lifted the golden light brick talisman artifact and prepared himself for another round of intense mana absorption. But just then, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly burst out from the dense forest behind the woman in white. Han Li was startled, not yet understanding what was happening, when a dazzling yellow light shot out like lightning from the depths of the forest, piercing through Han Li's green silk, the woman's shield, and even the woman herself, leaving her dead on the spot before she could even scream. Han Li was initially surprised, but then realized what had happened. He immediately tried to dart away, but it was too late. A blue figure moved like a shooting star, reaching the woman's corpse in a few flashes and tearing off the waist pouch at her waist. Then, with a loud laugh, the figure showed a face full of joy. Seeing himself a step too late, Han Li sighed in frustration. But for the sake of his life, he forced himself to remain vigilant and coldly watched the man's every move. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with numerous scars on his face, narrow eyes, a hooked nose, and a sinister aura that sent chills down one's spine. Seeing his cultivation level was at the peak of the 13th layer, Han Li's heart sank even further. Sealing the mountain. You're the madman sealing the mountain from the heavens' summit fortress. Unexpectedly, before the blue-clothed man could speak, the woman in yellow exclaimed in horror, her face showing a fear that seemed much greater than when she was being chased by the woman in white. He didn't expect little girlie still remembers this daddy. Just stand there obediently. Let me see what I've gained, then I'll deal with you too. The blue-clothed man only glanced sideways at the woman in yellow. Then, in front of the two, he lowered his head to inspect the waist pouch. Han Li touched his nose, looking at the man, his gaze flickering. Although he didn't know who the newcomer was, he was extremely displeased with the woman's exaggerated reaction. For Han Li, regardless of who the newcomer was, he couldn't afford to be reckless. The stronger the enemy, the calmer he needed to be. He glanced at the freed artifacts, and then reached out to summon back the golden blades and the silver hook. The golden blades were still fine, as shiny and new as before, but the appearance of the silver hook startled Han Li. The once shiny artifact was now covered in rust and dents, like a broken blade, its spiritual energy greatly diminished and no longer useful. It was only now that Han Li understood what the woman in yellow meant by destroying artifacts. That pink liquid sprayed by the crystal ball was quite toxic. Any artifact that came into contact with it would likely have to be avoided at all costs. Feeling bitter, Han Li was. Sealing Yue's ugly face was extremely unpleasant. He never expected the other party to dare to mock him, which instantly ignited his anger. Although he hadn't reached foundation establishment stage back then, relying on a few decent magical treasures and his vicious methods, he had gained a notorious reputation among the low-level disciples of various sects. It's worth mentioning that, due to grudges, he once locked other cultivators in a dark room, torturing them for 3 days and 3 nights until their continuous cries stopped, ultimately killing them. Ordinary disciples, not to mention seeing him in person. Even hearing his name would pale in fear and immediately flee. Such a notorious reputation should have been eliminated by those Foundation establishment cultivators who disliked him long ago. But he was quite cunning. Although he was extremely vicious towards low-level cultivators, he would immediately flee upon encountering someone whose strength far surpassed his own, seeking refuge back at Heaven's Gap Fortress. The people of Heaven's Gap Fortress, for the sake of their own reputation, naturally wouldn't hand him over. As a result, those who pursued him could only stare helplessly as he roamed freely. And once the pursuit died down, Sealing Yue would swagger out of the fortress again, continuing to harm other cultivators. After a few rounds of this, those higher-level cultivators had to reluctantly accept the situation and couldn't be bothered anymore. After all, Sealing Yue also knew what he could and couldn't do. He wouldn't harm the loved ones of those with powerful backgrounds. As a result, Sealing Yue's ferocity and infamy spread far and wide among the 7 major sects. This made him even more unrestrained, gradually developing a domineering attitude of doing whatever he pleased. Except for a few disciples from other sects whose reputations surpassed his own, he didn't even bother to acknowledge other low-level cultivators. But now, Han Li, a mere 11th-layer rookie, dared to say that he wanted to kill him. How could the already arrogant Sealing Yue not be furious? "You're seeking death." Enraged, Sealing Yue was determined not to let Han Li live another second. With a flick of his finger, a small knife in front of him turned into a yellow rainbow, flying straight towards Han Li's head, intending to decapitate him in one strike. He was confident that although Han Li had a blue water attribute shield, under his talisman's attack, it would definitely be shattered, resulting in death. However, Han Li wouldn't let things go as Sealing Yue wished. Without changing his expression, he raised a black shield from his hand, which grew larger as it flew out, firmly blocking the yellow light 2 yards away. When the yellow light of the small knife touched the black light on the shield, it made a squeak friction sound. Although the yellow light immediately gained the upper hand, pushing the black light back, the shield also stubbornly emitted black light, resisting fiercely. As a result, the yellow light was unable to break through the shield for the time being. Seeing this scene, Sealing Yue was surprised, while Han Li sighed in relief. Sealing Yue hadn't expected Han Li to possess such a rare top-tier defensive magical treasure, while Han Li was relieved that his speculation had been correct. He had taken a considerable risk using this flying shield to resist the opponent's talisman, and if the opponent's talisman's power exceeded his expectations, he would have been beheaded long ago. During the confrontation with senior brother Lu the other day, he had been able to confront him with the top-tier magical treasure, the Azure Dragon Flag, for half a day. Although Sealing Yue's small knife was more powerful, his flying shield should still be able to withstand it for a while. Considering this, Han Li dared to take the risk. Seeing that he was temporarily safe, Han Li immediately grasped the golden light brick magical treasure in his hand, ready to use it to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. But before he could mobilize his spiritual power and start casting spells, Sealing Yue on the other side suddenly shouted, "Bastard, where do you think you're going?" Then, with a flash of his figure, he appeared on the edge of another dense forest, blocking someone there. The person who was sneaking into the dense forest turned out to be the woman in yellow. It turned out that this woman, seeing that she had no chance of winning here, and fearing Sealing Yue's infamy, took the opportunity of the confrontation between Han Li and Sealing Yue to escape. Han Li had seen through this woman's intentions early on, feeling somewhat annoyed but couldn't be bothered to stop her. Since the other party was of no help here, whether she wanted to leave or not was up to her. However, since the other party had betrayed their alliance first, he wouldn't hinder her escape, but he also wouldn't lend any further assistance, letting her fend for herself. Han Li coldly wanted to ignore this woman, but Sealing Yue, who was already burning with anger, was not so easily fooled. He had already harbored resentment towards the yellow-clad woman because of Han Li's words just now. Seeing her attempt to flee, he naturally wouldn't let her succeed. So he flew forward to block the yellow-clad woman's path. Seeing this scene, Han Li's senior sister was so frightened that she turned and ran like an ordinary person, forgetting to use any spells. Upon seeing this, after Sealing Yue's ugly face twitched a few times, his figure spun around, appearing once again in front of the yellow-clad woman, and without hesitation, he raised his hand, piercing a large hand emitting yellow light directly through her chest, then out from the back, turning into a blood-soaked hand. The yellow-clad woman's lifeless body collapsed on the ground, her eyes wide open, but devoid of vitality. Perhaps she regretted her rash decision to flee from Han Li's side before dying, but there was no regret medicine to take in this world. Taking advantage of knowing that the opponent no longer had magical treasures and powerful talismans, Sealing Yue, who had killed the yellow-clad woman in close combat, withdrew his hand, deliberately licked the blood droplets still dripping from his fingers, and then grinned at Han Li triumphantly. Only seeing Han Li hiding inside the shield, his face turned pale, lips tightly sealed. Although he didn't shout loudly, he was undoubtedly terrified. Sealing Yue smugly thought to himself. His previous easy victories over opponents were largely due to his infamous reputation. Anyone who dared to fight against him, as long as they thought about the dire consequences of falling into his hands, would be frightened before the battle even began, naturally reducing their fighting spirit, making defeat inevitable. Now that Sealing Yue saw that although Han Li's cultivation techniques weren't profound, the magical treasures on his body were indeed not weak, he planned to continue using this tactic to intimidate him, making it impossible for him to fully concentrate on fighting, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Now, seeing the expression on Han Li's face, it seemed that his methods had worked. Delighted in his heart, Sealing Yue swayed his feet a bit arrogantly before returning to his original position, facing Han Li again. Han Li's complexion was indeed unsightly, and he felt a strange sensation in his heart. However, it wasn't because of the opponent's bloody methods, but because he was greatly troubled by his opponent's lightning-fast agility. After using the golden light brick magical treasure once before, Han Li had already discovered that this seemingly powerful item, which far exceeded flying sword magical treasures, had significant flaws when facing real opponents. Its destructive power was indeed astonishing. Basically, once it hit, low-level cultivators had no way out. Even if they had many magical treasures and shields, it wouldn't change much. However, the weakness of this magical treasure was also equally obvious. It not only required a large amount of the user's spiritual power to manipulate, but also its speed and flexibility were truly speechless. If the opponent could be entangled or trapped beforehand, this magical treasure would naturally be very effective, becoming the best weapon to kill the enemy. However, relying solely on the golden light brick itself to kill the enemy was wishful thinking. Unless the opponent's spiritual power was exhausted, casually applying a few enhancing spells could easily evade the attacks of this treasure. So this golden light brick magical treasure was not like the entangling type treasures similar to flying sword magical treasures or sealing Yue's small knife magical treasure. Instead, it was a purely powerful weapon pursued for its great power, similar to the seal magical treasures of the Foundation establishment experts of Heaven's Gap Fortress. Since Han Li had no magical treasures or talismans to entangle his opponents, he had originally planned to use several golden blades to entangle the enemy first, and then use the golden brick to launch a surprise attack. According to Han Li's thoughts, although this couldn't guarantee success, there should at least be a 50% chance. Although Han Li was greatly puzzled by sealing Yue's agility, he had no time to delve into it deeply. Helplessly, he had to put away the golden light brick magical treasure he took out and waved the mother blade of the golden wasp mother blade in his hand, releasing all the child blades in a swarm of chaotic golden lights, fiercely shooting towards sealing Yue, hopping to win by relying on the quantity of the golden blades. If the opponent was willing to retract the yellow lights for self-preservation, that would be even better. At the very least, they could maintain a deadlock, but Han Li didn't have much confidence in this. Since the opponent had such a great reputation, his strength was definitely not limited to this, and this attack also had a probing intention. Sure enough, sealing Yue saw Han Li's golden blades flying towards him without any panic. He smirked coldly several times and revealed something he had just taken out, a yellow, umbrella-shaped magical treasure. Sealing Yue didn't throw this umbrella away but calmly held onto it. When the 8 golden lights approached him, he then opened the umbrella-like object. A round, shield-like yellow light sphere immediately covered sealing Yue's whole body. When the golden blades touched the light sphere, they erupted with a series of crackling sounds, easily bouncing off. This turned out to be a top-notch defensive magical treasure, and in terms of power, it was definitely superior to Han Li's flying sky shield. Han Li's face changed drastically, becoming somewhat pale. Meanwhile, sealing Yue burst into wild laughter, his face full of triumph. This was no wonder. Since obtaining this yellow luo umbrella, he hadn't been injured by low-level cultivators. Now, seeing Han Li's shocked expression, he naturally felt extremely pleased. For sealing Yue, this umbrella was much more important than the small knife magical treasure. After all, the use of magical treasures was limited, and once their power was exhausted, they became useless. But this yellow luo umbrella could save him countless times. Han Li sighed and made a decision that pained him deeply. He retrieved the golden blades into his storage bag and replaced them with another small black gourd. He raised the gourd high and sprayed out 7 or 8 black spheres, lightly flying towards sealing Yue. Naturally, sealing Yue noticed Han Li's actions and was momentarily stunned. Because this gourd magical treasure was too common, almost all low-level cultivators knew about this inexpensive magical treasure, and almost everyone had used similar items. Regardless of whether the container for the spheres was a gourd, a bottle, or a jar, the spheres they sprayed out were all called primordial beads with a very loud name. However, compared to top-grade magical treasures, their power was actually quite small and could only barely rank among medium-grade magical treasures. However, because of this, sealing Yue felt somewhat suspicious. He didn't wait for the spheres to approach him, but instinctively reached out and grabbed a ice spear art talisman, which immediately turned into a crystal-clear ice spear. He fiercely met the spheres. With a crisp sound, the ice spear shattered after colliding with 3 or 4 spheres, and the white ice chips scattered like flower petals, forming a beautiful ice hailstorm. Seeing this scene, sealing Yue finally relaxed and focused his attention on Han Li again. Because at this moment, Han Li was waving a large green flag in his hand, with a blue dragon on the flag's surface, appearing eager to leap out, as if it were real. Sealing Yue was extremely experienced, and with just one look, he knew that this was definitely a masterpiece among top-grade magical treasures, and its power should not be underestimated. While Han Li waved the flag, the green light on the flag slowly gathered, dazzling and imposing. Although sealing Yue had full confidence in the yellow luo umbrella, his cautious and cunning nature made him stare at the flag without blinking, fearing that this magical treasure had some unexpected ability that could break through his defense. As for the several primordial beads, he had already determined that they were just distractions released by the opponent to disrupt his vision, so he ignored them. With the meager power of the primordial beads, even if they circled around outside the yellow luo umbrella all day long, they would never be able to shake its defense in the slightest. However, sealing Yue felt both wary and puzzled by Han Li's successive display of top-grade magical treasures. He speculated that Han Li, like the multitask maiden, was also a descendant of some high-ranking individual, making his urge to kill Han Li even stronger. He feared that if Han Li were to survive and leave, there would be endless troubles. Moreover, Han Li had witnessed the entire process of him killing for treasures. When the multitask maiden's elder found out and came looking for him, he would be in big trouble. Just as Sealing Yue was captivated by Han Li's green dragon flag, and his murderous intent was growing stronger, the several primordial beads finally flew in front of him. When they hit the defense supported by the yellow luo umbrella and made a few crisp collisions, the front few beads were easily bounced off. Upon hearing the sound, Sealing Yue subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. With these primordial beads, you want to attack me? That's too presumptuous, let alone them even. Huh, why is this one so small and it's blue? Just as Sealing Yue mocked for a few words, he suddenly found that after one of the primordial beads was bounced away, a small blue bead hidden behind it was revealed. It was only the size of a pill, much smaller than ordinary primordial beads. Sealing Yue was slightly stunned, and before he could think of anything else, the blue bead had already touched the spherical shield. A white light, a brilliant and dazzling white light. This was the last color Sealing Yue saw in this world. Then his body warmed up, and everything was gone. As for Han Li, he only saw the blue bead touching the yellow light, and immediately a silver-white light sphere the size of 10 feet burst out, silently enveloping more than half of Sealing Yue's body within it. After a moment, the white light disappeared without a trace, revealing Sealing Yue's astonished face, seemingly unharmed. Han Li's heart sank, but before he could take any action, a breeze blew by, and Sealing Yue's body suddenly disintegrated like gravel, turning into dust. Only 2 half-cut calves and a pair of boots remained in place, standing alone on the ground, inexplicably eerie. Seeing this scene, instead of being afraid, Han Li sat down on the ground, deeply exhaling a breath, finally relieving the pressure that had been building up in his throat. After using his ultimate move, the heavenly thunder seed, and performing a series of deceptive actions, he finally made Sealing Yue disappear from the world. However, Han Li did not show much joy on his face. Instead, he wore a self-deprecating and bitter smile. This was no wonder. The journey into the Forbidden Land had only just begun on the 2nd day, and he had already used all his magical treasures, even exhausting his last trump card. How could he be happy? Thinking about the countless formidable opponents like Sealing Yue he would encounter in the next 3 days, Han Li's heart, which had just relaxed, became extremely heavy again. However, if he didn't use the heavenly thunder seed this time, he would definitely be in trouble, and the flying sky shield would soon be unable to hold on. Moreover, after killing this guy, with the addition of his top-grade magical treasures and those of the multitask maiden, he definitely wouldn't be at a loss. Instead, he would profit greatly. With this in mind, Han Li's spirits lifted, and he quickly looked back across to the other side. But after taking a glance, Han Li's mouth opened wide, and he couldn't speak for a long time. At the spot where Feng Yu had stood before, besides the pair of legs in boots, there was nothing left on the ground. Han Li's bag of spoils was also nowhere to be found. Han Li sprung up and rushed over in a panic, but even after searching for a long time, There was no trace of the bag where Feng Yu had disappeared. Could the power of the heavenly thunder child be so great that it turned both the person and the bag into ashes? Han Li circled the area, finally coming to a frustrating conclusion. Despite his reluctance, Han Li expanded his search range, but with the same disappointing result. However, he did manage to pick up the small mirror and crystal ball belonging to Duo Bao and a small knife talisman that had reverted to its original form due to its owner's death. Han Li looked at these 3 items and then thought about his losses. The heavenly thunder child, the silver hook, the blue cord, and the bag destroyed by the heavenly thunder child. He couldn't help but shake his head in frustration. However, no matter how one looked at it, he was still the winner after this battle, much stronger than Feng Yu, who had turned to ashes. Han Li couldn't help but mock himself, unsure whether he had gained or lost in the end. At the thought of Feng Yu, Han Li instinctively glanced at the only remaining thing of him in this world, the pair of legs with only the lower part intact. He shook his head lightly and then raised his hand, releasing 2 fist-sized fireballs, heading straight for them. Since the person was already dead, it was only natural to completely destroy this thing to avoid any trouble if others were to find it. With 2 light bangs, the flames immediately engulfed them, and in the blink of an eye, everything except the pair of black boots turned into ashes. Satisfied, Han Li nodded and turned to leave the place. Boots? No, that's not right. How could ordinary boots remain unscathed under fireball attacks? Just as Han Li took a small step forward, he immediately realized his mistake and quickly turned back, looking at the seemingly ordinary boots with a strange expression. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something suspicious. Not only were the boots undamaged by the fireball attacks, but there was also no trace of burning, and they even emitted a faint aura of spirituality. An artifact, Han Li wondered suspiciously. After hesitating for a moment, he took a few steps forward and picked up the black boots. Thin, soft, but very resilient, they shouldn't be made of cloth or silk, but rather seem to be made of the skin and fur of some kind of animal, Han Li concluded after touching them for a while. As he got closer, the faint aura on the boots became more apparent to Han Li. Indeed, this was an artifact, and most likely made from the skin of some kind of demonic beast. Looking at the pair of boots, Han Li vaguely thought of something. He couldn't wait to take off his cloth shoes and put on these leather boots. Very comfortable, very soft, as if wearing nothing at all. That was Han Li's first impression after putting on the boots. He carefully examined the boots on his feet for a while, but nothing strange happened. Furrowing his brow slightly, Han Li took a small step forward. With a whoosh, Han Li's figure suddenly flashed, and he floated lightly to a spot about 10 meters away. Flying wind technique. No, much faster than flying wind technique, Han Li thought in surprise. At this moment, the secret of Feng Yu's incredibly swift movements was finally revealed to Han Li. It must have been thanks to these boots that he could move so strangely and quickly, like lightning. Wearing the boots, Han Li began to move slowly in the small, open space, gradually familiarizing himself with the boot's performance. As he walked faster and faster, he even used the smoke-weaving steps to accelerate. If Han Li's agility had been at its limit before, making his figure blurry and even leaving behind afterimages, then after putting on the boots, his speed was so fast that there were faintly several identical illusions of him appearing in the field at the same time, all making the same movements and wearing the same smile. But when all the illusions gradually converged towards the center, they merged into a single figure of Han Li standing in the middle of the field. Han Li stood motionless in place, as if contemplating something. But suddenly, he burst into laughter, bending over and laughing so hard that tears almost came out. After laughing for a long time, Han Li, who was still bent over, flashed with a blue light, and his whole person suddenly turned into a gust of wind, disappearing into the air. At this moment, the entire area fell silent, except for the occasional rustling sound of the wind blowing over the ground. There was no other sound. A series of thunderous noises suddenly rang out, and nearby trees began to split apart one by one from the middle in a strange manner, with the cut surfaces smooth and slippery like mirrors. But there was clearly no one around. The speed at which the trees split apart out of thin air became faster and faster. In a moment, all the trees within dozens of meters were reduced to bare stumps. Han Li, enveloped in a faint blue light, finally reappeared with sweat all over his body, but with a slight smile on his lips and a face full of undisguised joy. The smoke-weaving steps, the leather boots artifact, and the additional boost from the flying wind technique had allowed Han Li to move so quickly that he could temporarily evade the pursuit of ordinary people, disappearing as if invisible. According to Han Li's estimation, even with the extraordinary vision of cultivators and the enhancement from using the heavenly eye technique, when they exerted their full power, they would only see a faint shadow in his eyes, enough to pose a huge threat to them when they hadn't activated protective spells. Now, as long as Han Li had a thought, he could immediately cross any distance within a few meters, even a dozen meters away, taking only a breath to arrive. Of course, this speed that surpassed the limits of the flesh could only be maintained for a very short moment. If the time was too long, the whole person would completely collapse. After all, with Han Li's current body, such high-speed movement was still too much of a strain. However, for him, this short amount of time was enough for him to kill dozens of opponents in an instant, especially when using the silk thread artifact, increasing his power exponentially. Han Li lowered his head, feeling the leather boots on his feet with emotion for a while, feeling that this item was perfect for him. Even if someone wanted to exchange it with a treasure, he would never consider it. With renewed confidence, Han Li eagerly surveyed his surroundings. When he saw the body of the woman in the yellow shirt, he sighed lightly, then used a small fireball to blast a large pit and crudely buried the woman's body on the spot. This was the limit of what Han Li believed he could do. After doing all this, Han Li flashed and disappeared into the dense forest. He had to hurry to the central area now. However, Hanley did not. Know that after the massacre on the first day, there were only more than 70 disciples left in the entire forbidden area, nearly half of the original number. Most of the elite disciples of various sects had promptly arrived near the central area, ready to start the second day's hunt. In a depression to the west of the central area, where rare herbs were produced, 3 cultivators were vigorously battling a 3-eyed fire wolf. A middle-aged man in the attire of the giant sword sect wielded a green giant sword, blocking most of the fire wolf's attacks, while an old man in yellow and a young man in gray robes assisted from the sides. Before long, the disciple of the giant sword sect, after enduring a fierce fireball attack, severed the wolf's head with a sword stroke, then retrieved his sword and laughed heartily. Brother Meng, your cultivation is truly profound. To slay this 3-eyed fire wolf with a single sword strike, truly worthy of being a top disciple of the giant sword sect. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man in yellow hurried over, showering praises without the slightest embarrassment. Had Hanley been present, he would have recognized the old man as Xiang Zhili, who had once invited him to form some kind of alliance for the weak. However, the young fellow who was with him at the time was nowhere to be seen, presumably separated during the transmission. If it weren't for Brother Xiang and Taoist Li's assistance on the side, how could I have succeeded so easily? Said the black-clad, middle-aged man with humility. There's no need for modesty, Brother Meng. To vanquish this demonic beast, Brother Meng deserves the most credit. There's no denying that. Another young Taoist, though young, spoke with a seasoned demeanor, neither humble nor arrogant. At the mention of this, a smile flashed across the face of the black-clad, middle-aged man, but he immediately responded with a few modest words. Speaking of which, those others who are still fighting are really foolish. If they knew that 3 cultivators from different sects could join forces to eradicate demons and gather herbs together, I wonder if they'd be stunned. Suddenly, the topic shifted as the black-clad man spoke these words. That's right. It's all thanks to Brother Xiang's initiative. If it weren't for Brother Xiang's clear analysis, I'm afraid Brother Meng and I would still be fighting each other to the death. The Taoist nodded repeatedly in agreement. Don't be so modest. Both of you are extremely intelligent individuals. I'm just stating the facts. There was no need for everyone to risk their lives for something that was fundamentally impossible to fall into our hands. With this time spent fighting each other, we could have cleared all the rare herbs outside the central area. Moreover, with everyone working together, dealing with these demons would be a piece of cake. Xiang Zhili chuckled and smoothly declined the praise. Upon hearing this, the other 2 immediately began to praise each other fervently. All right, let's hurry up and collect the fire dragon grass. Each of us will take an equal share. It was the black-clad man who couldn't contain his eagerness and spoke first, his voice revealing a sense of urgency. After speaking, he headed towards the red grass behind the fire wolf's corpse. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhili and the Taoist exchanged meaningful glances and promptly agreed, walking over together. However, neither of them noticed the faintly sinister expression that briefly flashed across the face of the black-clad man when his back was turned to them, which then disappeared without a trace. South of the central area, in a place covered with yellow sand, there were two disciples of the concealed moon sect, a man and a woman, at a relatively small location, constantly piercing the sand with ice cone techniques, as if searching for something. However, after half a day, they still found nothing. That wretched woman, where could she possibly be hiding? Once I find her, I'll definitely gouge her eyeballs out. The female disciple, who appeared delicate and beautiful but spoke with extreme viciousness, sent shivers down the man's spine with her words. "Sister, let's just forget it. It's almost time for the appointed meeting at the sect. If we don't leave now, we'll be late." The male disciple, appearing somewhat timid, suggested, seemingly afraid of his senior sister. "Humph, it's all because of you, useless trash. You couldn't even watch over a mere 10th-layered technique girl and let her slip away right under our noses. If word gets out, it will ruin the reputation of me and my sister, the concealed moon twin beauties. Really, how could the sect allow such a useless waste like you to be my cultivation partner?" The woman, not heeding the man's words, pointed at him angrily, causing the man to flush red with embarrassment, but he could do nothing about it. Despite her words, the female disciple hesitated after checking the brightness of the sky and ultimately decided against continuing the search. After all, delaying the sect's important matters, even with her special status and powerful backing, was not to be taken lightly. However, leaving the place empty-handed left the woman feeling somewhat unwilling. After much hesitation, she gritted her teeth and took out a blue talisman. With a sneer, she suddenly threw the talisman behind her and then dashed out, stopping only after reaching a place tens of yards away, where she turned back to look. Meanwhile, the male disciple, seeing this, silently lamented but dared not slacken his pace, following closely behind her. By this time, the talisman had transformed into a massive black cloud covering the sky tightly above this area. Soon after, the nearby weather abruptly turned extremely cold. Before long, countless large ice cones began to fall rapidly from the dark cloud, turning the small area into a dense forest of ice, resembling the spines of a cactus. After a cup of tea's time, the dark cloud gradually dissipated. By then, the entire sandy area had turned crystal clear. The female disciple widened her eyes, scanning the sandy area where there was almost no footing, but found nothing unusual. Her face darkened with hatred. She scolded the male disciple without any kindness, and then left the place resentfully, followed naturally by her so-called cultivation partner. The departing female disciple failed to notice that in a corner of the sandy area, where ice cones were scattered everywhere, there was a trace of faintly red liquid seeping out, but it was too subtle to be noticed by her. Half an hour later, as the redness expanded, a small circular mound suddenly rose from the yellow sand, growing taller and more conspicuous. Finally, the sand mound violently churned, and a green-clad woman rolled out from inside, a long ice cone embedded in her shoulder, blood flowing profusely and staining half her body. Her hand tightly grasped a yellow silk handkerchief with flickering light on it, seemingly extraordinary. As the woman slowly got up, she examined the wound on her shoulder, her eyebrows furrowed. Lifting her other hand, she lightly grabbed the back of the ice cone. With a bite of her silver teeth, she actually pulled the ice cone out, the pain causing her to let out a soft moan, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes and blood gushing from the wound. Ignoring the tears on her face, she didn't dare to delay any further. After a flurry of activity, she took out a porcelain bottle from her storage pouch and poured some yellow powder onto the wound, immediately stopping the bleeding. After completing all this, the green-clad woman sat down on the sandy ground, hugging her knees, motionless. After a moment, she suddenly covered her face with both hands and started sobbing. But fearing to attract others, she kept her crying very low. After a meal's time had passed, the female disciple of the spirit beast mountain finally stopped crying. She raised her head and looked at the empty sandy area, unable to help but shiver involuntarily. She bit her lip, then struggled to stand up. After hesitating for a long time, she finally determined the direction and stumbled towards the central area. At this moment, her beautiful face still bore faint traces of tears, but there was also a stubborn expression that didn't quite match. This woman was actually the same girl who sold the golden bamboo pen to Han Li. However, now injured, she walked alone on the silent sandy ground, appearing even more pitiful and adorable, evoking people's sympathy. After a moment, the girl, with her hand pressed against the wound, gradually disappeared into the yellow sand. After experiencing half a day's journey, Han Li finally arrived at the outskirts of the central area. To Han Li's surprise, the journey had been uneventful, and he hadn't encountered any other attacks along the way. Unbeknownst to him, the people who arrived in this direction before him had already been wiped out by the so-called elites, while those behind him were later eliminated by Feng Yue and Duo Bao. As a result, even if there were a few stragglers left, they knew that they had no hope of obtaining the treasure, so they chose to hide and avoid further danger. This was the ultimate secret to survival for the weak in the blood trial. Han Li had no intention of following their lead in obtaining the 3 essence main medicine for Foundation establishment pills. Therefore, he stood in front of a wall several zhang high, wearing a strange expression as he examined the wall closely. Not far from this stone wall was an ancient bronze gate, engraved with many ancient characters that Han Li couldn't understand, similar to patterns. The bronze gate was now wide open, indicating that someone had entered it. According to the information in Han Li's mind, there should be 4 such bronze gates, each corresponding to one of the 4 directions and serving as the only entrance to the central area. Apart from these gates, the rest of the area was enclosed by seemingly low stone walls. If anyone wanted to take a shortcut and jump into the central area from the stone wall instead of entering through the bronze gate, they would undoubtedly meet a bad end. They would be shredded into pieces by the wind-based prohibition on the wall. Of course, Han Li was aware of this, so he had no intention of making the foolish decision to bypass the wall. His strange behavior of staring at the wall was solely because the wall was indeed somewhat different. There were some things on it that ordinary walls didn't have. On this wall, 3 people with different clothing were pierced through their limbs by thick ice cones, nailed to the wall in a row to form a large character. They had already been dead for some time, as evidenced by their lifeless expressions. The blood flowing from their limbs had congealed into a dark purple solid, covering both the wall and the nearby ground. Han Li speculated that when these people were nailed to the wall, they were probably still alive, but they eventually bled to death due to excessive blood loss. There were no clues or marks left near the 3 corpses. However, with a little thought, anyone could understand. Someone was killing chickens to scare monkeys, establishing dominance over those who came later, and warning others not to enter through this gate. Han Li looked very carefully at the painful expressions of the 3 people before their deaths, licked his slightly chapped lips, and then walked towards the bronze gate without any expression, as if the tragic fate of these 3 individuals had no effect on him. However, in reality, Han Li was well aware of his own situation, and witnessing the scene just now made him feel extremely uneasy. From the appearance of the 3 individuals, it was clear that the person who left this method was most likely psychologically twisted. If he fell into the hands of such a person, he would be better off committing suicide to avoid a similar fate. However, Han Li had already arrived here and naturally couldn't just leave because of this intimidation. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of flames ahead, he would still plow through. With a belly full of worries and unease, Han Li stepped through the gate. However, outwardly, he remained calm and composed, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a picturesque scene of birds chirping and flowers blooming. Various exotic flowers and plants, along with many strange trees, were everywhere. Silver chrysanthemums the size of bowls, blood-red peculiar trees, fragrant purple grass, and thick yellow bamboo as tall as a person. All of these were rare sights rarely seen outside. Among these rare plants, there was a winding and twisting gravel path that led from where Han Li stood to the distant, leaf-covered horizon, seemingly without an end in sight. Seeing this scene, Han Li was slightly stunned, but he immediately took a deep breath instinctively. Such dense spiritual energy. This spiritual energy, mixed with the rich scent of plants, penetrated deep into his lungs, invigorating Han Li's spirits. This is such a blessed place. No wonder it can nurture heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines. Han Li exclaimed in amazement. "Kid, have you seen enough?" "Who's there?" A voice like a broken gong suddenly sounded, startling Han Li, who couldn't help but ask. He, since you've taken a look, now prepare to die in peace." The person didn't pay any attention to Han Li's question and instead spoke to himself in a strange tone. At the same time, 2 green shadows suddenly darted out from the bushes on one side, silently attacking Han Li from behind. Although facing away from the green shadows, Han Li's vigilant spiritual sense couldn't escape him. With a slight frown, his upper body remained motionless, but his lower body automatically moved several feet to the side, allowing the two green shadows to pass by on either side of him. In the haste, Han Li glanced at the green shadows. They were long, slender objects, green all over with faint black stripes, looking rather peculiar. However, in the chaos, Han Li couldn't afford to think too much. Even though he had easily deflected the attacks, he still wore a serious expression, not daring to be careless. The tragic scene of the three people outside the gate was still vivid in his mind, and he didn't want to meet the same fate. Therefore, with a serious expression, Han Li's eyes flickered as he scanned his surroundings, trying to find any hidden enemies. But at this moment, a strange whistle suddenly came from the person's mouth, making everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. Han Li was slightly stunned after hearing it and was about to ponder the other party's intentions, but suddenly his face changed drastically. His entire body inexplicably shot out backwards, flying several zhang away before stopping. What prompted Han Li to make such a move were the two green shadows that had flown out not far from him. When they were near Han Li, their bodies suddenly twisted and turned, revealing a pair of translucent light green wings. They turned out to be two flying snakes with green scales and four cold, icy green eyes, grinning as they prepared to attack Han Li once again. "Kid, you're pretty fast, but no matter how fast you are, can you outrun these two mountain barbarian flying snakes? Or just let my beloved snakes bite you, and there will be no more pain." The person's voice suddenly recognized the cloud-stepping boots on Han Li's feet, filled with incredulity. He immediately shouted, calling for a temporary ceasefire. It was unclear how he managed to stop the two snakes, causing them to halt in their tracks and disappear into the bushes. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before deciding not to throw out the talisman in his hand. However, he kept his other hand cautiously on his storage pouch.